Hello and welcome back to the channel where we are building a video game from scratch using Love2d and Lua. We're on the road to finishing the demo by April 1st as per our bet with Salto Manga. Oh yeah, Sasquatch. So yeah, Salto did this new official art for the game, and it's for the assets for the Steam page when we get that up and running. So the goal is we finish the demo by April 1st. We upload it, try to get it approved by Steam to have the demo playable on Steam, you know, not by April 1st, but the demo's supposed to be done by then, and then we'll start the process for uploading the Steam. And I'm planning on streaming that whole process so that we can kind of see and share how it looks to get a little indie game on Steam. So yesterday we worked on this new opening cinematic because we're kind of combining our tutorial with our opening cinematic here. So Mage is going to rescue us like this, takes us to this room, and then we're going to basically be like tossing and turning in bed here, and then we're going to like wake up, and then text will fade on screen. Oops, text will fade on screen right here, where the man, I can't ever I changed tab to be the inventory, to be the start button, but now tab was the button I used to show my mouse on screen, so I can't do that right now. But we're gonna have like text on screen that says the controls, like what the walk buttons are, what the A and B buttons are. And then yesterday we added special collision for wall objects. So we used to have that nasty collision where we can walk too far up the wall, but yesterday we fixed that, so now there's only a 1 pixel gap here. I like the 1 pixel gap because it prevents us from like really needing to exactly nail it pixel perfect to go in the wall there. And then this is gonna be, you know, I'm excited that we got that, so that'll look better in the caverns now too. Yeah, I might want to try to tweak it a bit, because look at that. Look at that. We kind of just like, since it's a collision, we detect a top collision with that side piece, and it scoots us down. So, you know, maybe our top collision, well, we're probably checking top collision first, which is why this is happening instead of a side collision. Because yeah, we should kind of get stopped, but I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. I kind of don't mind that it kind of kicks you into place. It's fine on bottom, right? Like, because right there it doesn't kick you up, but if you're like right here, it'll kick you down. Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe a bit too much, but it's telling me that it's triggering a top collision here. It should be triggering a side collision here first. So maybe we tweak this real quick. We do have this collides with wall object, I believe, and we should just kind of, it's part of our entity class. Yeah, so let's you know, we're checking, I guess we can try to shrink the side collision a bit, or like the X word collision for the top collides, and maybe that'll help not trigger that abrupt movement. But basically today we're working on rehauling the demo. You know, I'm hoping by the end of today we're going to be done with the text on screen for the controls, as well as, man, we still do this. Yes, Salto, yes. I may or may not be ditching work to stream today. Yeah, I think it's just the order of operations. I think when we go to do this checking, I think we're checking top and bottom first when we, you know, it's a tough, let's check for when we're doing this. Yeah, buddy. I'm hoping I can like push that out of mind and really just focus on the game. But, you know, there's that guilt, right? That guilt creeps in. I don't care. This is what I care about. Okay, so for the map object collision, oh wow, it looks like we do check side collision before top collision, but oh, we're checking top before sides here. So let's just switch that around. In our wall collision, we check our sides and then our top. So that exactly, Squatch, you got it. Yeah, it's an act, right? It's a verb. It's a gerund. Is that right? Or it's, you know, it's an active thing, you know? It's not like focus is here. It's like you gotta cultivate it. Okay, it's still jacked up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just bear it for me, Salto, and then I'll be free. Yeah, I don't, it's just, that's just too much, right? If it's like 4 pixels like that, we shouldn't be triggering a top collision, so it should be, yeah, let's just compare our left and top collides here in our entity, and we'll see. But yeah, the goal for today is to rehaul the library, to script the second part of the cinematic, where once the player has the option to read and interact with some of the tutorial in the library of the mage, then if you try to either go up the stairs or out, the mage will kind of stop you and be like, oh, hey, you're up, are you okay? Take it slow, I'll find you when you're ready, sort of deal. Or maybe he gives you Flamma right then and there. I don't exactly know, because he was supposed to give you this element when you go into the library, when we had it where the old tavern was, but now that we're probably we might put the refinery there where the library, where the old tavern was. I think we might put the refinery there, and that means maybe we have mage give Tashio Flamma right then and there. It feels too soon to be getting the element though. Yeah, it kind of feels too soon. I kind of feel like yeah, there you go, Sasquatch. Yo. Part of me, I don't know, where should we get the first element? Like should it be, hey, what's up, Loki? I don't know if it should be like if we go, you know, if we die in the cavern, or once we go into the cavern, mage kind of like comes in and is like, hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous here. And then he gives us the element. I feel like it's a little too soon if he gives it to us right here on the second screen of the game. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Let's see, we have this left collision with a 1 pixel buffer. We have this right collision with a 3 pixel buffer on the right side. This is weird. I hate all this. This makes it hard to know exactly what's happening, but we're checking. For our wall objects here, we're checking collision for sides first. So for a wall object, we're checking this left and right collides first. Maybe we can do, should we do an else if instead of an if for these? Let me think. If we're left colliding, yeah, we might. Let's see if an else if for the walls. Might help this out. Because I can't tell why we're still triggering the top collision when it's clearly a side collision here. So maybe the else if will help lock us in a bit better. And then let's see. Oh, and Sasquatch, we got some new emotes now too. Yeah, we're still doing it. You know, this should only be a right collision. I don't get why. Yeah, we're triggering a top because it's scooting us down. It should not be doing that. Oh, you know what it is? We're actually not doing a I think what's happening is well, no. This is okay. So like the thing is, we draw this on the base layer of our tile, and then we add that whole object, the X and Y width and height of a collidable wall object. It's just like a tile-sized object that's invisible right at the location of this sprite we're colliding with. So when we go to do the collision check, we're going at the wall object's index I, which should be this XY width and height of the tile that we drew as a wall. So let me just try something here real quick. Just take off top collision and just see if rightward collision is even working on the wall object. It is. Oh. Why does it go so high up? Okay. You know what? I think, yeah, we need to modify our right and left collision to negate the Y from the this makes perfect sense actually. Yeah, we need to rewrite a method for our entity class to give us left and right collision that doesn't account for this shrunken vertical hitbox that we have for walking, because that's what we've got here. So let's do this where our left and right collides wall object is the method we're going to run here, and we need to write that here in our entity. And then top collides wall object. Okay, so let's take the collides with map object as a starting point, and we'll just make sure that this is to a wall object, and we need to shrink the Y here to be equal to the correct height. So when we're checking for a left collision, we're checking if, let me think this through. Yeah, we're checking if the top, let me think of this. Gosh, this always gets me confused here. We're checking if the top of our bounding box for our left collide is greater than, no, this would be, oh my god. It's a left collide. Okay, yeah, this would be the top of our bounding box, which we're saying is a -8, which is just way too much. I think we want that to be a 1 pixel buffer on top. And then the bottom. Okay, that should be it. Let's see here. We should be We should be locked in. We shouldn't get moved. It makes sense why that was still being called. It does make sense. Because we were using the old side collision, which has different Y values. So we should be locked in now. Nice. Okay. So see, this is what I didn't want, is like, I didn't want that pixel perfectness, right? Because like right here, see, like we should probably at this point, 1 pixel off, we should probably be able to walk through the door. So I didn't, that's what I was trying to avoid. Yeah, I think we give it 1 more pixel of buffer here on the wall object. Right collides. Yeah, let's try that. And then we'll rehaul the actual opening cinematic. We've got to, yeah, we're going to change how we're triggering stuff because it's just not very maintainable. And we're missing the fade in, right? Maybe we do check for top collision here because we probably, well, because look, yeah, we're still detecting a right collision here. Yeah. See, I want this to trigger a top collision so that it resets our Y and then we can just walk through. So maybe that means we check for top collision first. Right here. I hope everyone's having a good day. I know my weekend felt like nothing. Like, okay, is this okay? This should probably trigger a top collision first. It's triggering a right collision first. We are checking right collision first. Oh, what just happened there? Did you see? I just went to like meditate for half a second somehow. Yo, what up, Squinch? Okay. We're trying to fix the collision on this thing for the side ports. This is feeling pretty good. It's hard to say if I'm totally happy with it because it's like I don't like when people get stuck right here. Like that doesn't look right to me. So right here we're coming back as a right collision. Wow, that is so weird. It just kind of fixed itself. I didn't even do any other inputs. Okay, so let's just shrink the Y on the side collisions just a bit more, and we might be good. So let's shrink this by a little bit more. Just on the top side. And then let's see. Because we really got to get going here because we have, gosh, if I sit down and kind of like list out all the things we've got to do still, there's definitely more than like 30 things. And if we have 30 days for 30 things, that's 1 thing a day. And yesterday we didn't finish the 1 thing we were trying to do. I think this is okay because I think that probably shouldn't walk. You know, he's like 3 or 4 pixels off. But if he's 1 pixel down, it does trigger that top collision. So that's looking good to me. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Okay, so what we need to do now is to make sure we need to make sure we insert all the readable objects here so that we can interact with these things. Now, you know, this looks a little wonky because there's collision on a square thing that's transparent. So we might put these things on a little plaque to make it look like there is something there, so the collision doesn't look weird. But maybe not, maybe not. I'm loving how the library looks in here. I think it's really cool. And you know what? I think we might need to fix... I think we need to fix the tile overlay here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to where we're doing our tab mouse assignment here. Where we trigger our mouse, viewable mouse. Right here. Let's try this with a backtick so I can trigger this so I can actually point to things. Okay, nice. So I can now gesture with the mouse on there. That's good. So let's take a look at our map declarations. We need to basically insert all of these dialog box objects for our library. We need to insert them into the proper scene now at the right locations. So it's not a map 111 anymore, it's a map 10. What is it? Map 1018? 2019-18. I think it's at 1018. Let's check. If this is, yeah, 2019-18, so 19 actually. 1019. Okay, and then we'll just have to put them on the right location. So it looks like we start on the second row. Here, I'll just leave this up and I'll just do the math right here. Okay, so let's do let's have these first. And we have to remember to do the correct index too at the end of this. But the X is going to be a tile size times 1 because 16 pixels in would be that second tile X position, and then tile size times 1 for the top as well. Yeah. Okay, so every one is a tile size times 1 on the Y. And this is a 1, this is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 1 and 3, 6 and 8. Is that right? Yeah. That should be. And then meditation idle. Oh, we need our idle still. Yeah, we need to put our idle somewhere. Since we spread our elements to 4, we need to put an idle somewhere. I won't put that just yet, but I'm gonna just make sure we have these in the right spot, and then we'll go for it. So, see this dialog box? We have this index, right? 2, 4. Yeah, we need to give these the proper. And you know what? Yeah, we'll do... We're doing this like hard coding a specific index to the dialog box so that we can potentially like remove or toggle different dialog boxes to be active. Let's see if we've got them placed in the right spot. Nope. Not at all. We must have done the wrong map. We don't even have our debugging. 1019. We have 1019. That should be right. 1019, yeah. Okay, so we're screwing up. We must be screwing up our parameters. Or... what else could it be? So we have a type, an NPC, and then an index for our dialog box. Let's see here. Parameters. Yeah, we have an option, NPC, and index. We're not using our index anywhere at the moment. We do a table.insert. Yeah. Okay, so what is wrong here? 1019, we're inserting a dialog box into 1019. I don't see where we're screwing it up. Let's just see if they're hidden in there somewhere and we're just putting them at the wrong location. I don't know. But yeah, I'm starting to feel the crunch for real. I was just thinking last night about all the stuff I've got to do. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm so stupid. We changed the interaction key to spacebar as of like yesterday, so I was pressing the wrong button to test the dialog box. So I think it's right. We just have to hit spacebar for the A button now. Which feels nice because, at least for spellcasting, since it's at an A button, spacebar always kind of felt right for spellcasting for me. But then I switched it to P at some point when we needed the B button. Okay, we've got... Cool, we've got the little dialog boxes. Okay, cool. Now we need to add the new ones for the other stuff, and then also, you know, is there any other thing we need to declare here? Probably tomes. I feel like we might need to define tomes as well as the meditation idols. So we can have a meditation idol and a tome. Maybe we'd switch meditation idols here, up here, and then do inventory right here and tomes over here near the loot. Okay. Yeah. So I think those are the last two we need. I'm trying to think of any other thing we need to describe, because as far as the demo's concerned, there will be the end of it is a loot mini game that you use the tome for, so it'd be nice to kind of explain how that works. And it works basically like in your inventory here. Any tome you have unlocked will be selectable, and as you select it, it'll kind of just like maybe just do a little outline or something around the one you've selected, and that's the sheet music that actually loads by the time you're playing. By the time you are, gosh man, the controls are killing me. Yeah, by the time you actually play the music that's flowing on here, that is determined by the tomes. So part of the riddle is like, well, you have to like, when you get the tome, it'll be inscribed with a little riddle that gives you a clue on where you need to play it. So you need to kind of solve the riddle, like, oh, this is actually by the old Sakura tree or whatever, and you go to that tree, play the tome of the specified riddle, right, and then it'll unlock, it'll cleanse the biome if you play the correct music in the right spot. But it's not very apparent what the tomes do. So I think it's a good idea to have a little descriptor that says it here. So I think I want to tidy up the bricks right here because they don't match the pattern from the previous loop. So I think we'll do that, and then we'll start adding. We'll also design the tome and the. What was the other one? Idol. Oh, we have the idol. So yeah, we'll just have to do the tome. So let's do this. Yeah, let's update our. It's this one right here. So if we look at the tile that loops into it, let's just. You know, if this is looping into this one, they look extra long, but what should really happen is it needs to match this pattern right here. So we can just match the pattern. It looks like it is 3 pixels long, so we'll just cut out anything longer than 3 pixels, and that's the pattern that it should be. Okay, that should be it now. We'll flatten this. Save it. Okay, it should load that in. Let's design the tome real quick. It won't be hard. It's a freaking square with writing on it, so in pixel art, it's gonna look very simple. But the tome, and we've got a starting point, at least from the pause mockup. So like something like this, you know, probably honestly, like it looks bad, but it's like it looks like what it is, which is it's like a freaking 10 commandment, you know? It's just a freaking tablet. Okay, let's try this. The only thing is this can't, you know, this is the same, is this the same color gray that it's going to be on top of? So it might look bad. We can also do, you know, it could be, yeah, I don't like it as parchment, I like it as stone. I just want it to kind of, you know, it's like an ancient thing that's been passed down from generations, so I don't think paper is going to cut it. Ideally, we would have like little music notes or something on it. But it's not so readable. If we try to make it like music notes, right? Maybe we can try a 16th note shape here. God, there's just not any pixels to work with, man. Yeah. There's just no pixels to work with. Yeah. I think we gotta go with the scribbles like we were doing. The notes just don't read. It's just not enough pixels to read. Trying to think about like a different way we can signify that it's sheet music. Like if it's got a symbol, you know, maybe it has like one eighth note up here or something like this, like that, and then a symbol. Yeah, I'm thinking kind of, so I do want to distinguish them from one another, Squinge. So like I'm kind of thinking like we do have one big note to symbol that it's music, but then another symbol to signify which tome it's for. So, you know, there's 4 biomes, and there's four tomes for each biome. We get the first tome in the first dungeon for the forest. Or actually, let me think this through. Yeah, because I think the idea is that the idea was that, let's say we beat the forest biome boss, we get the tablature, then the tablature for that biome would then cleanse the corruption in the area that you just cleared. So, I'm trying to think how this works because we don't fully clear out a biome in the demo. So maybe by the time the full game's out, you don't get the first tablature until you cleanse the biome. But for the demo, just so we can show off the loot mechanic, we put the tome in the first thing here. Well, the other thing I'm thinking of is like, if there's 4 tomes, 4 biomes. Now I guess it does make sense because by the time you clear the last biome, you need to still cleanse the corruption in the area. So that would be like the last thing you do is cleanse the last biome. Okay, so I do think we'll make it for the demo. It'll be a special tome that cleanses the corruption in the starting area. But in the real game, it'll probably be, in the full game, we'll probably go, once you beat the forest biome, then clearing the corruption with the forest tome will cleanse the forest and the starting area. So maybe, yeah, I say we just do what Squinge is saying with a big single note, but once we're doing the full game, we can customize them to the biome that we are officially in. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Something like that. I just don't want it to be, it might have to be this darker gray. No. I just don't want it to get lost when it's sitting on top of the... I think that might be okay. We'll see. Okay. I think I like this. Do we have to shift? Let me think. We have to... Okay, we just have to draw the right layers. So we save this. Let's reload our tiled. There's going to be a total of 4 variations. So 1 variation per biome, because the if you compare it to like Link's Awakening, it's like the dungeon key that you get to unlock the next dungeon. It's kind of like that. I guess it's not. Yeah, I guess it's not exactly like that, because I don't know. Still figuring it out. But yeah, it's kind of like cleansing the biome doesn't officially unlock the next biome, but it does allow you to do other stuff, like with the animals. So like now you could feed. Now the geckos in the area won't be corrupted once you cleanse the area. So they'll be normal geckos, but they run away from you. So you have to leave berries where they kind of appear, so that they kind of get like domesticated, or like they just don't run away from you, and then they can nest or something like that, like, is the kind of idea. Yeah, we might need to put, yeah, since the meditation idol, yeah, look how bad that looks. The gray on gray there just totally disappears. So we might need to make like a little mat for the meditation idol, or change its color. Let's tweak that a little bit and see. I'm not like completely sold on how this pixel art is for this. So maybe we do just see how black looks for it, or darker gray here. Let's see. That does kind of look better, actually. Oops. I don't know, it looks too blocky at the end here. Okay, I think I like that. We'll see how that looks. It does look more like a dude kind of meditating there. I think that contrast is nice. Okay, so let's try to add it here. Let's reload this. The gray on gray still looks weird. It looks better, but still looks weird. We might have to put a background on this. Okay, so if our tome is there, meditation is there. Yeah, I think we need a little background for this. So we might need, yeah, we might need this to be on the above ground. Oh, it is on the above ground. Oh God. We've been drawing all this on the top level. Okay. Okay. Let's try to add a background to this. We can do that. Yeah, this would be in the ground level tile. So it's like if we had it all the, yeah, maybe if we had it all the gray, all the lighter gray, maybe it's more readable. Okay, let's see this. It looks weird. It's more readable because, yeah. The gray on gray just doesn't look great. So maybe we change. This is the only area that this will be on gray. So I don't want to like change the overall design just so it looks better here. But I don't know what else to do. We could put a different color down as if it's like a little carpet or something. I just don't know how readable that would be. You know, if we had something like most of it was tile, but then some of it is like this carpet color. You know, that'll probably look so weird. Let's see. And let's just spawn us at this location so we don't have to sit through the whole cinematic. We'll just go to spawn and go to 1019 here. We've already got it. Yeah, it looks very weird. Doesn't read as a carpet at all. We could have a different flooring for the castle for, gosh, I don't know. Let's just try to change it. Let's see how we like changing it to just be a darker idol all around. So like We could change the color. We could change the color like this or something. Maybe that'll look better. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we can also just like render a slightly different colored one here in the... Yeah, we can kind of like... We can render it this color here and then normal stone color out everywhere else. It's just a little hard to see with the texture of the floor. Yeah, it should be brighter, I think. It's like all the little details just stack up. Just looks weird, man. Just looks weird. Okay, I think we go back to the original color, but then we'll try to put this tan background that we've got for the inventory, because we've already kind of established that as like a background color. So let's go with this darker version of the outline. I think it's a bit too dark though. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, we'll save that, and then we'll just pull the inventory color from right here, and we'll use this as the background, and we'll see what that looks like. Okay. Looks so bad. What do we do? Yeah, it's almost like we need like a, well, I don't really want to change the brick color. I like the brick color, but it's also the same color we're using for this. Yeah, maybe we just... I kind of just feel like this is what the idol's gonna look like, but here in the demo world, we're just gonna color it slightly differently for readability, and then it'll go back to normal. So I think we just have to kind of do that. A white border. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what that looks like. So like instead of, you're saying like instead of this whole square, but just like a border? We'd have to draw it on another layer here. Yeah, a border on the icon. We'd have to... This would have to be inside it. Let me think if there's like a... Because we'd have to... Yeah, let's try a solid light gray background here. And then I think what I'll try is to do... I'll just... I'll draw this one, but I'll just shrink this by 1 so that the head doesn't overlap. Actually, I think that looks better anyway. Let's try to draw this one and see how that looks like with the light gray background. Let's see. I don't know. Lighter, are you talking about like the lighter on the back, on the border color or the background color? I kind of like the idea of doing this little outline because it's showing you is like, hey, this is not a meditation idol, but this is what they look like. It definitely looks better than it did. I don't know. Part of me thinks I just want to change the color of it so it stands out. Because none of these other ones have an outline like that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of leaning towards changing the color of the idol itself so it doesn't match the floor. But let's try changing this color a bit more. You know, maybe this is just a couple of shades darker. Ugh. Damn it. I don't necessarily dislike this. Maybe the border color is just what's kind of throwing me off. Let's darken this a bit. And then maybe just turn this into white. That's not looking too bad. I don't know, it kind of looks, I don't know, it really draws your eye because it's so bright. So maybe at this point with the lighter background color, maybe if we just get rid of the border, it might look passable. It's hard for me to be objective about it now, but I do think, you know, I think it's okay. Just the icon and a 1-to-1 border around the entire thing. Just the icon. So what's the background of the icon with the border around? Because we had, I mean, did you see this, the one, was this not what you're talking about? Where we had this border? Like right here? Like that? Is that what you're talking about? Or a border, are you, a border around the shape of the icon? Instead of around the tile itself? No background, white outline. Yes, okay. Let's see how that looks. So, a white outline around it. Okay, let's see how it looks. Let's give it a shot. Because, yeah, I'm not completely sold. I mean, that was the best iteration we had of it. So you're saying, like, let's just do a white outline right here. Oops. Hey, what's up, Magnetonics? What's up? How are you doing? I know. I know. This is what I'm choosing to do instead of work, so... Don't tell work. Okay, yo, this might be it. I mean... Let's see. Oh god. We've got to get rid of this background here. Yeah. I think so too. Let's see. It's been good magnetonics. We've I think it's just too bright white. We're hoping to finish the demo by April 1st because we've got a bet going on with Salto. So we're trying to finish the demo. We got controller support. We're getting the opening cinematic rehauled right now. So we have left for the demo, we have to do our dungeon level design. We've got the enemies and the crates and the treasure chests and stuff, but we have to do the dungeon level design. We have to do the official sheet music for the first tome. And then we have to do some sort of final cinematic for the demo, and then a bunch of little things like our heart renders need to be locked to our total amount of hearts. We need to equip the spellcast elements in the HUD slot and only be able to spellcast if it's equipped. We need to rehaul certain sort of logic for meditation state or for loot state, so it can't be triggered in inopportune moments or during cinematics and stuff. So there's like a ton of little stuff, and then dungeon design is the big one, and then some new sprites for the overworld, because we don't officially have a level yet. It's been a whole year of development and we don't even have like a real level. So I think this is a good idea, Sasquatch. I think it might be too bright of pure white there, but I think the outline does look pretty good. Exactly, yeah, it'll be fun. Cause like I'm thinking, we have this green tunic that allows you to push crates and stuff, and I think it'll be fun to do some puzzle light using puzzle lightly, like where you have to push little boulders in front of the spawn points for the bats so that they don't keep coming out of the hole, and then you can kind of safely make your way across the dangerous walking path and stuff. And then actually maybe we hide, because I'm trying to think of where we put Flamma, and we might put the first element in the dungeon. Like, you have to kind of brave the bats a little bit in order to get your first defensive object. Maybe we do that, and then deeper in the tunnel is the first tome. I guess we have to, we've got a couple of unlockables. We got Flamma, we've got the green tunic, and we've got the first tome. So we kind of have to decide where in the game we get those unlocked. Yeah, I've got a lot of thinking to do still about it. I like this idea, Sasquatch. I think we just need it not pure white. It's just too bright, I think. Yeah, exactly. I think that's good. I think this little outline works good, and we can put the outline on the tome as well. and then brighten up the tone to be the stone color as well. Because that's why we made it so dark, is so that we can see it on top of the gray stone. And this is the only room where those don't look great, because most of the time that's on grass. So I think we just need to we can just pick this color for our outline color and then outline our tone and make it the stone color. Sweet. I like that. Okay, yeah. And we'll move the exit doorway down below. So when they walk in, they'll come and see this, and then we'll just add the dialogue boxes here. Okay, nice. I think that's it, Sasquatch. I think that's it. Cool. And then we'll need to trigger. See how Mage is up here? We'll need to trigger, like if you walk up here, it'll trigger the next part of the cinematic, I think. So I think we'll have Tashio, like if you trigger this, he'll walk down and then face up, and then Mage will walk down and he'll be like, oh, you're up. Are you doing okay? You don't remember anything? Take it easy. You've got a lot to learn. I'll find you when you're ready, sort of deal. And then, yeah, let's move the door to go outwards, and then we'll try to get. Yesterday we tried to get the text overlay. Hey, Pixelink, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll try to get the text overlay working in the opening cinematic state, because I think for whatever reason we weren't checking collision in our opening cinematic state. So we had to change the play state, which screwed up our fade from black from the opening cinematic. And also we don't want any of our text overlay controls to be clogging up our play state. So I think we'll try to put that in the opening cinematic state, and this is just part of the opening cinematic state. So let's draw our new exit down here. Okay, and then we will start adding the text collidable dialogue objects for the items here. So let's get started on that. Okay. So the next row here, this is a Y of 2 pixels lower, so all of these will be on the 3rd tile down, 4th tile down. And then we can do the controls. We're gonna say you know, I'm gonna since the first room says what the actually, let me think this through, because if the first room in this cinematic says use the WASD to walk, and then it says spacebar is your A button, shift is your B button, tab is your start. We don't really have select right now. I guess we can change escape to be select, and select is like a game. Well, no, I think select is actually going to be a mini map for the game, which we don't have yet. But what would we say here in the control? Because I think I might say, crap, man. I knew there was something we wanted to say, even though we're gonna have the basic controls in the... Okay, I think what we'll say here is like A button will interact with objects. And then we can say B button will use I don't know, it does more than that. It interacts with objects and use the item in the A slot. Something like that. You know, we can get the wording better once we figure out what needs to be in there, but for right now, and then we'll say B button will use item in the B slot. This should be index 5 here. Because also, yeah, it might just be a rehaul. Well, we'll have to plan it out. I don't know. Okay, so the inventory, say, press start to open inventory. B button will swap inventory selection. Swap. What do we call it? It swaps from your, like... Elements need to be equipped. You know, so like I'm a little half torn about, like, since the A button is different whether you're on keyboard or controller, do we acknowledge that there are different controls here? Because I'm kind of like, I don't know how to distinguish. You know, we're gonna say spacebar is your A button, shift is your B button, but then if you're on controller, you know, it depends on what controller you're plugged into, right? Which button is what. So like when I'm saying how to use it here, I'm just using the A button and B button and start button, right? Like, as opposed to what key or what button equivalates to said button. We're just saying it's the button. So maybe in the controls we reiterate that the A button is spacebar, B button is. Because also this is like a place for people, they can like come to revisit to if they need a refresh on the controls or something. So it's like it's not limited to the very first time you walk in the room. So I think the first time you exit that first room, the text overlay for the controls won't come back, because it'll be living here. But we need a way to tell the player how to move and advance through dialogue object or dialogue boxes before they interact with them. So that's, I think, the issue that we're doing this for, is so that we can tell the player what key advances through dialogue, so, and then they can come back here and read and refresh as much as they need. So let's just try this and say, once the loot is equipped, we need 2 more, and they are 2 tiles lower, and the first one is the meditation idol, which we've got right here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I've still got planning to do for what we need these to say. As you find musical tones, you can equip them to play new lute songs. Our meditation idol is not being read here. That's because this needs to be at 6. Okay, meditation idols are used to save your game as well as recharge your elements. Cool. As you find musical tomes, you can equip them to play new lute songs. Cool. Once the lute is equipped, select the tome you want to play, press B to start playing music, and start button to exit music mode. Yeah. Elements need to be equipped first, then are cast using the A button. Press start to open the inventory, B button will swap inventory selection, A button will equip selected item. Okay. A button will interact with objects and use the item in the A slot. B button will use the item in B slot. Okay, I think this is a decent start. I think the dialog box for the controller will reiterate what was in the first room. Oops. Okay, spacebar is A button. Shift is B button. Tab is start button. A button will interact with objects or use the item in the A slot. Okay, cool. Press start to open inventory. B button will swap inventory selection. A button will equip selected item. Okay. I think I want to capitalize any button reference, right? So start button. Okay, I got an idea too, because I wanna explain the lore about the magic and how that works. And I think we can hide some we can hide a dialog box inside the bookshelf. So if they click the bookshelf to see if it's interactable, it'll pull open a dialog that tells you a little bit about the magic system. So I think that would be cool. Spacebar is the A button, Shift is the B button, Tab is the Start button. A button will interact with objects or use the item in the A slot. Okay. Press Start button to open inventory. B button will swap inventory selection. A button will equip selected item, and then I can say press Start again to exit. Okay, and then one thing we probably want to pull all these strings out into like a separate file or separate table, so that we can modify the strings a little easier. I don't think it's a big deal right now though, so I don't know if we'll worry about it. Okay. So I think I want to add those secret spell casting explanations. Because like for the spell casting here, it says elements need to be equipped first, then are cast using the A button. You know, I can say you know, because the HUD for the Manus system, Manus is what I call the magic and focus system in the game. So there's a red bar, which is how much focus you have. There's a green bar for a successful spellcast range, and then there's a white bar for the output of your focus. And if you balance your output within the successful cast range, it will cast a spell. But I don't know how wordy to kind of make this element spellcasting. So you say elements need to be equipped first, then are cast using the A button. I can say like, in order to successfully cast you know, and so you need to it's not really balance your focus, it's more like I don't know. I think that's a decent way to word it, just because I don't want to get too into it. Like I'll word more into it here in the library where we can kind of say a little bit more about it. In order to successfully cast magic, you need to balance your focus using the A button, right? So let's read this element and see what it says. Elements need to be equipped first in your A slot. In order to successfully cast, let's fix that. elements need to be equipped first in your A slot. I'm gonna say to use an element, you need to equip it in your A slot. In order to successfully cast magic, you need to balance your focus using the A button. Okay, I think that's decently worded. To use an element, you need to equip it in your A slot. Oh, I'm so happy that fits perfectly on one screen. In order to successfully cast magic, you need to balance your focus using the A button. Sweet. Okay. Okay, one thing I think I want to do, I think before we trigger a dialog box update, I think I want to change the player's animation to be the idle version of whatever, because if he's like mid-step, then he kind of like stands up by the time you're done advancing the dialogue, and it just looks a little weird. So I think I want to change that. And then we need to describe, because there's a lot to play the lute. You have to tab to open your inventory. You have to select the lute, space to equip it, and then you need to shift to change which inventory you're looking at in order to equip whatever tome you want to play. Tab to start, then shift to pull open your lute, and then strings are directions. So we do need to say, it's a little tough. But the things you can equip automatically go to your B slot. So if people are paying attention with like the A slot, B slot, A button is spacebar, B is your shift, then it should be fairly apparent that all these are going to your B slot, whereas these are like, this is, elements are your A slot, and then tunics just change on your person, and tomes aren't really equipped in any inventory. They're just kind of loaded into your loot state. So we at least need to say, yeah, we need to reword the loot one, I think, and then yeah, we can say, once the loot is equipped in your B slot, resume the game and press B button to play the loot, or something like that. Oh, man, there's a lot. Yeah, I don't want it to be too wordy. So maybe we say, once the loot is equipped, I think we can say, Once the lute is equipped, press the B button to start playing music. R36X. Let me check this out, Sasquatch, because I've been looking for this. I got this little Linux Miu Mini device for that exact reason, because I wanted to try to load Tashio on it and play it like a Game Boy. R36S. Yo, if this really can run Love. I need to get it if it can. All I know is I got the Miu Mini, and since it ran Linux, I was like, oh, if it can run Linux, it can probably run Love, but I was not able to get it working. Where did you see that they can run Love? Does it say on the site somewhere? Yeah, I think the Miu Mini does run ArcOS. I think it does. Oh no, it runs Onion. It runs Onion, but I think it can do ArcOS, because that's familiar to me. So I feel like I've read about it. I think it currently runs Onion though. But this is one thing I've been wanting to do, is to get Tashio on a little handheld like that. That'd be epic. Yeah, I'm gonna say press B button to start playing music, and then I'm gonna say directional buttons play different strings. And A / B buttons play different frets. Start button will exit music mode. Okay, once the lute is equipped, press B button to start playing music. Directional buttons play different strings, and A and B buttons play different frets. Start button will exit music mode. Okay. This is nice because people always ask me how to play the game, so hopefully for the demo, you know, they'll get it all kind of. They can always revisit it too, you know, so it's always going to be there. Okay, once the lute is equipped, press B button to start playing music. The directional buttons play different strings, and the A and B buttons play different frets. The start button will exit music mode. Okay. Because yeah, we kind of have to tell people how to exit. it's tough, right? Because there's only 2 buttons on the Game Boy, so for all of these different controls, we have to kind of swap over to this loot state where the A and B buttons no longer cast spell or equip your item, they're going to be your frets. So we have to have a different button to exit. And yeah, you know what? I think I want just like a neutral colored element here. Instead of the fire picture. But the neutral color element is a different thing. So like how the meditation idols recharge your elements run out of vibrancy over time. So we're gonna have to add that whole mechanic before the demo's out too. So that's another thing we gotta hurry up on. I think this is okay actually. Yeah, the fire spell is fine because that's gonna be the first spell you get, so. Balance your focus using the A button, okay. Oh. It just cut us out of the dialog box here. Or use the item in the A slot. Why did it do that? I also want B button to exit out of a dialog box if you accidentally started it. That's so weird. The text came back there when we put it on a different line. I don't know if it's just it can't handle multiple lines. Maybe we should test that. Let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See if we can handle 8 pages of dialogue. Okay, it can. Okay, I don't know what screwed up then. Yo, I want to see Sasquatch. I want to see if there's a video of someone getting Love2d Games working on this Arc OS. Why does it do that? No way. Yo, you've got one of these things running Arc? Or use the... You know what? Is it because we're... Man, is this still busted? If we don't end the page with a space, it doesn't know how to count the word. Or use the... Shoot, it's still busted. This is really frustrating. This is so weird. There's like one case. Yo, I'll check it out. There's like one case this doesn't work. No way. And the buttons work and everything? Yo, dude, I'm gonna have to get me one of these. I bought... No way. I bought a Miu Mini for this reason, but I couldn't get it working, so ArcOS might be the move. Dude, see if you can get Tashio working on it. Because it's very easy. If you download Tashio, all you gotta do is zip it as a .love. I don't know if you've done that before. It's like super easy. I've got instructions. Let me see here. Let me see. I think it's in my Obsidian. I've got Love executables. Shoot. Yeah, so it might not be reliable, I guess. Dang, dude. That would be so epic if we can get Tashio on a little handheld like that. I mean, that's why I spent so much time on the web deployment, so that I can at least play on the phone. But there's nothing like the physical buttons, you know? Like the touch buttons don't feel the same as real buttons. If you want to try it with Tashio, you can do this. If you download Tashio, then go into the directory that has the main.lua and this is how I do it in Mac terminal. Shoot, I don't know how to do it for Windows. This is how you do it in Windows. You have to download. Oh shoot, it's a bit much. It is harder on Windows, but you have to you have to download the executable for Windows, the Love executable, and then put it in the folder that has the main.lua, and then you can cat your Love exe executable and the Tashio.love. Gosh, well, you still have to make a .love in the exe. No, this is different, man. Where is it for? I can't tell you how to do it on Windows. I could maybe try to email the .love to you. Yeah, that'll be cool if that could work. Yeah, all I know is it's super easy on Mac. All you gotta do is zip -9-R. Well, no, this is... What am I looking at? Because this isn't even the .love. This is like to turn the .love into executable, but not like how to make the .love. No, that is how you do it. Yeah, that is how you do it. That's just the name. Okay. Yeah, you literally just zip it as a .love, and that's all a .love is. Yeah. I don't know. I'd be really curious to see if that can work on the little handheld. That would be cool. We need to let's add our special spellcast dialogue boxes. So I want to explain the magic system a bit more up here. I don't know, the outline is still like a little too bright to me. Okay, so yeah, I do want to put some special spellcasting lore up here. So I think I want to describe a vibrancy and the mana system up here in the library. So like if you go and talk to this book, it'll tell you about vibrancy or about the mana system. Okay, so yeah, let's do 2 more dialogue boxes. And it'll be index 2 and right after green, so 7. Tile size of 0. We didn't fix, oh gosh, we didn't fix the thing for the last page, did we? Let's try this again for here. So like if we, yeah, why does it do this? If we have a space right here, it doesn't print up another page, which I just don't get. Yeah, or use the, and then it cuts off. Let's see if we can notice anything. It says there's a page length of 5. This is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. There should be 6 here. So we're calculating the page length incorrectly here. Now, what's really weird is if we take out a space right here, it gets the right page count. Yeah, page count of 6. So why is the page length being calculated incorrectly here? We calculate the page length based on the total line count divided by 3. And we round up math.ceil. So how do we do the total line count? Where do we do that? We increment the line count. Total line count. Okay, let's debug the total line count and just start building out little strings and just see if it's wrong. We need a total line count. So there's 3 there, 5 there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it thinks there's 16 total lines here. So the total line count, if we add, so like, let's see what the difference in total line count is if we put that space back in. What the fuck? Yeah, it thinks there's less lines even though there's more words, which is really weird. Okay, we increment our total line count here when we increment the line number, and that's if our line character count, oh my god, man. If our line character count plus our word character count is greater than what can fit on a line, then we increment a total line count. I think we also have to do it. Well, let's see if the word can fit on the current line. Okay. We also increment. Well, let me think. We only increment the total line count if yeah, this is wrong. This is a scenario to increment the total line count, but also I think we also have to calculate this in another scenario. I think it's like, God, dude, I don't recommend hand spinning your own dialogue system thing. It's been headaches. Oh, see, we're doing it here too. So if we're cycling through our character and it's if it is a letter, then we're also incrementing our total line count if the character plus the current line character count goes past the text box line length. Oh. Okay. So the line count's getting jacked up. The line count's getting jacked up because we have a couple of lines that are only 1 or 2 lines. We have a couple of pages that are only 1 or 2 lines, and that's throwing off our line count because we're counting lines based on how many lines get printed, not... Okay, so I think we just need it... Gosh, how would we do this? In order to get it perfect, it's really strange. Because we can't just say if there's a double space, a double space for us is adding a new line. That's just how we did it. So in order for us to know how many current lines to increment, yeah, our line count is just getting thrown off. So we have to do this total line count increment at the beginning of a new line, not at the start of a new line. Or it's like instead of incrementing it when the line advances, we need to already have it incremented and only increment it if it advances again. So how do we do that? Jeez. We can use the line we're on, and if the character is a space, instead of doing this line count, oh, see, look, we are kind of doing it here. Yeah, we are kind of doing it. We're saying if we're on line 1 and we're about to advance to a new page, then our total line count is gonna be incremented by 3. That is incorrect. It should increment by 2, and if the line we're on is 2, it should increment by 1. But I remember fiddling with this, and this was not working most of the time. So now we have a total line of 12, not 15. That looks more right. Tab is the start button. Yeah, it didn't count. Damn it, it didn't count any of it. It thinks there's a page length of 4, even though our declarations have way more than that tab button. See, because look, it's tab is start button. Yeah, it missed this whole last page. So yeah, let's think this through. If we find a space character, meaning it's on the next line, we're going to add a next page. So then we say, okay, well, now we're on the next page. Let's give us that page. Let's give each line an empty table. Let's give each table an empty string. If we were on line 1, then total line count is getting incremented by 3. But the thing is, it's not needing this big incrementation. Since we're doing it at the end of the line, we have to account for the lines we have printed. So this should be 1 and this should be 2, because our line count needs to add the only line we've printed on the current page. And when we're on line 2, we need to add both 2 lines that we've printed before we advance. So 1 and 2, I'm hoping, will be the fix here. It still thinks it's a page length of 5. Fuck. Still thinks it's a page length of 5. Fucking hell. Is there another way? Yeah, like let's just say instead of doing the total page length based on the freaking instead of doing this crap, let's just not do this. And let's instead of doing this, we'll just increment the page length anytime we add a new page, and it's as simple as that, right? Like we'll start it off as 1 and we just increment it every time we add a new page, and then problem solved. So let's do that. Let's see our page length. I don't know why we were trying to calculate it like that. So let's just say our page length defaults to 1 because the dialog box can't appear if there's no page. And then anytime we add a new page, we just increment our page count, page length. Okay, if that doesn't fix it, then I'm really stumped, but that should fix it. Page length 6, still wrong. Oh, no, that did work. Item in the A slot, okay. All right, that did work. I'm gonna get rid of this junk where we do the total line count, because it was wrong anyway. Okay. I got rid of the total line count. I'm going to just see if anything else seems to be busted with it. I think I want to speed up. I think I want to speed up the printing too, just a bit. So where do we do? We have this characters to check. How do we do the incrementation on? We just do a text index of a +1. So I guess it's going over delta time, right? That would mean 60 characters in 1 second. I don't think it's going that fast though. We have a text timer and a next text trigger. That's what it is. Okay, so let's just speed it up by about 30% there. Just get some faster text. That looks slower. Is that really slower? Okay. I think 0.02 is probably the sweet spot. Okay. Yeah, I want to add quitting. I want to add quitting the dialog box if we press B. So let's do that. And it'll be in our dialog box. You know, we're doing the if current page is equal to page we're on. If a, you know, a P press, no, it says now it's on an input press. If our current page, here we go, we become non-activated. So we need to do all this junk. Yeah, we need to do all this junk if if our input is action B, which is our B button. So if action B is pressed, shit. I think it's defined as action B. Let's test it. Trying to see if we can exit out of a dialog box. Yeah, we can. Okay, so B will exit out of a dialog box just straight up. I guess the only downside to this is if in like a cinematic event, players don't remember what button advances text and they accidentally hit shift, then they're gonna miss out on all the dialogue. So I might take it off when we ship, but at least for development, so I can get out of a dialog box when I'm developing. It's nice to have. Okay, so let's add our special game logic to the library up here. So look, we've got a book 1. If you interact with the library, we've got a book 1 and a book 2, and they're working. So we can define these as some extra lore for the game. My tea has got like all the chunkies at the bottom, you know? It's like got that like kombucha funk at the bottom. Okay, let's take off our dialog debug, and we're going to define our declarations here for our book 1 and 2 is kind of like extra, you know, because it's like the player doesn't necessarily need to know the lore in order to play. I don't want to bog down the controls with the lore, but if they explore a little bit and try to interact with the library, they will get this little extra lore. So I want to say like magic is cast using an element's vibrancy. Vibrancy is the energy stored inside an element, and it depletes with use. Like, what would we say here? Like a magic user, well, because we recharge an element's vibrancy by meditating, but I want to say it like, you know, vibrancy is the energy stored inside an element and it depletes with use. If a magic user rests at an idol, they can replenish Magic is cast using an element's vibrancy. Vibrancy is the energy stored inside an element, and it depletes with use. If a magic user rests at an idol, they can replenish their element's vibrancy. Okay. I think I want vibrancy on the next line here. Magic is cast using an element's vibrancy. Vibrancy is the energy stored inside an element, and it depletes with use. If a magic user rests at an idol, they can replenish their element's vibrancy. Cool. Okay, so book 2, we'll talk a little bit about Manus. And book 2 is in order to cast magic, a user needs, is it weird to call it user, like a magic user? You call it a magician or a mage. A mage needs, I don't know. In order to cast magic, a mage needs, and let's do this, depletes if in order to cast magic, a mage needs to exert their focus, also known as Manus. The result of their focus isn't stable, so they need to strive to balance their focus to reach the desired output. Manus is the red bar. Yeah, see, this is so wordy. Like, I didn't want to bog down the tutorial with that many words. So, like, it's nice that this is, like, a special thing, but, like, let's see how wordy this is. In order to cast magic, a mage needs to exert their focus, also known as Manus. The result of their focus isn't stable, so they need to strive to balance their focus to reach the desired output. Manus is the red bar and focus output is the white box. A successful cast is when the focus output resides in the green range of a selected element. It's weird. It's weird to try to put the language around that. I don't think I like, you know, if Manus is like, Manus isn't the focus. Manus is like the desire, like the, well, yeah, exert their focus, yeah. Because, like, you can only, yeah, Manus is really like your focus, but the white box or I can say maybe the white square. The result of the focus isn't stable. Yes. So they need to strive to balance their focus to reach the desired output. Minus is the red bar. And minus is the red bar. Focus output is the white box. The white square. A successful cast is when the focus output resides in the green range of a selected element. That's okay. You know, we can always change it up. It's nice that it's just, we have a part in game now that kind of explains how the magic system works. This is pretty close. At least for, you know, at least for the demo's sake, I think this is okay. Okay, and then, yeah, like little, you know, we need to take a whole day and just do these little things, like the spellcast ability shouldn't be usable when you're indoors. And that means the HUD never shows up indoors. I guess the one issue I'm thinking of is like, no, I think it's okay because the dialog box will render over the Monas render. Over the Monas HUD or whatever we call that. So I think that's okay. 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 I think I like this. I think I like this. And the library's looking pretty sick. I think that looks pretty awesome. Okay, so we'll have to add a warp zone here to go back out, but also we need to start scripting this next part of the cinematic. So the first step of that is to make sure our collidable tiles are working in the cinematic state. So that's what we'll tackle first, and then once that's done, we'll kind of gut our old cinematic advancement, and we'll start scripting it to be the new tutorial, including the opening stage here where we toss and turn in bed, and then we also need to, we'll render the text on screen here. Yeah, and then I like, whose idea was it? Was it Squinge's idea to put a little treasure chest in here? At the foot of the bed? Remember whose idea that was. We can maybe do something like that, and maybe it can be locked as a sort of like... Yeah, we'll have to plan when the player gets the green tunic and the tome and Flamma. We have to plan that out so we can start placing those. But I'm going to take a quick break because I've been drinking too much tea, and then I'll be back at it. Yo, I have got to submit a little paperwork to work real quick, and then I'll be right back on. Gotta see if I can find it, so I'll be right back.
To you, Rose. Well, to Tretal, but to you.
Same.
Okay, yeah, and I think it was Loki that actually suggested that treasure chest at the bottom of the bed. But I sent that thing off to work, so that maybe bought me some time. Oh man. Okay. So we have to see if we can get collidable map objects working in the opening cinematic state. Once we do that, we can get the text. Then we have to add collision to our bed, because right now we can just do that to our bed and we just walk right through it. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Yeah, we don't. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's try to do first things first is the collidable map objects in the opening cinematic state. So if we look at our opening cinematic state, we're doing this thing here where we change to a player idle. Oh, where is it? We're changing the global state machine somewhere in here. Right here, we change back to a play state. Okay, so if we don't change back to a play state here, this isn't it right here. This is it. So if we don't change to a play state when we fade to black, we should get the fade from black working again. Oh, and we need to actually, I guess we can trigger it with just a Y press. Okay, so we'll try to do this. Okay, well, did we not save it? Let's print up, oh, right here, play state. Okay, let's try this. Nice. Okay. So we have the beginning of the controls on here, but we don't have the collidable maps here. So we have to, wow, it's funny to see the game broke like this and see how it's really working. Yeah, we just need to figure out how to stay in the opening cinematic and still have our collision detection. So I think it's because our player cinematic state, well, let's print up what state our player is in and see if it is in cinematic. No, it should be in walk because we are walking. Let's just make sure that's the case and then we'll continue to test. We should be in player walk state here. We are. It's just hard to read because I put it on the same freaking line. Okay, so we have to figure out where we're doing the collision in our play state that we aren't doing in our cinematic state, and just make sure we do it there too. So we should have a player to map objects collision here. No, we don't. It's in the scene. So that's a little weird to me. Because we're pulling... We know that we're pulling the right collidable map objects because if we're in a play state, we just collide with them, like no problem. So what is it about... Yeah, what is it about the cinematic state that we aren't doing collision here? Because we're updating the scene. Are we not updating the scene in our cinematic? It's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. Let's see in the play state if where we're updating the scene. Okay, if we're not paused, we update our scene. Okay, we need this in our opening cinematic state, and I would think that would give us access to all the methods in our scene, so we'll just do this first thing in our update. We don't seem to be updating the scene, so if we're not paused, let's update scene. I think I like that. Okay, let's see. Oh god. Why did we do that? We triggered the death animation. Oh god. What's going on? No. What's happening, man? It's the collision. It's the collision on the lava. He's not being pulled through the collision. Okay. Well, let's do this. If not paused and castle view's true, then we're gonna update our scene. That proves that we got collision in the scene now, so that's good. So this should work. It fixed the render for the falling animation. We should get dragged over the lava this time. Cool. And then we should have collision right here when we come back. We got our fade to a black... what the... Why? Why? Why are we Superman? It's because our walk speed... Yo, we just got freaking hacks. is because our walk speed, we modified our walk speed for the cinematics to speed our ass up when we walk out. But that is way too fast. We've got to reset our walk speed to reasonable speeds here. We do see we set, well, do we set our player's walk speed anywhere here? We do. In a castle step 7. Okay, I'm gonna print up our walk speed and see what it is. I'm not convinced this is even the issue now. Let's do this in our play state, and let's just see. Okay, let's see our walk speed. We have a walk speed of 60 here in the play state. We have a walk speed of 60 still in our opening cinematic. Does it change though? Why do we move so freaking fast? Wow, we really do move crazy fast. We have the same walk speed, so what the heck? What is going on? Our walk speed's the same. And our player state is still what? Walk. I'm not sure what's changed here. We're so fast. Yeah, we're in a player walk state. We're just like crazy freaking fast. Okay, what do we do? I don't see what the issue is. Like, I don't see. We've got to be changing. Well, the walk speed isn't the issue, but maybe we're still updating our position based on mage's walk speed here. So we might have to. Once we switch to this, let's just make sure all of our steps are false. And this is why I don't like the Boolean method, and we'll be switching to a string method of the, or not a string, integer method of cycling through the stages. We basically want all the mage steps to be false, I think. Let's look at our Tashio step, make sure we're not changing any logic in our Tashio step. We do change our Y. Yeah, we need our Tashio step and our mage step to be flushed. Okay, so by the time we were changing to a play state, which is right here, it should actually be, yeah, right here. By the time, well, shit, man. Where do we do the fade to black? Fade to black gets true. Where do we do that? Okay, we're gonna become... All these steps need to be false. We're gonna have to redo this. Okay, hopefully this fixes it, because I think our X and Y position were also being modified by the mage's walk speed, because that's how we're manipulating our X and Y value at this point. Great, man. Fucking shit. This is very bad. It has to be at the end of a fade to black. Which... Shoot. Let's get back to our opening cinematic here. Oh my god, there's no excuse Vim should take that long to load. Man. I blame Windows on that. Okay, if black opacity is 255, yeah, let's do this where we say, okay, well, let's flush all of our old steps for our mage and Tashio here. Okay, we should be walking at a normal speed now. Yo, I'm a little stumped on the collision for the bed, I really am. God damn it. We're so fucking fast. God damn it. What are we modified by? These are all false. Do we even have a Tashio step 2? No, we don't. Man, this is like not what I thought would happen. Cause look, we're doing this like, oh, castle steps. When do we do this? We need to get rid of all this castle step shit. Because we need to change it anyway. So let's just get rid of the castle step shit, and then I think it'll walk slow again. Okay. If this doesn't work, well... This should work. If we're still walking fast at the end of this, then... I don't know what the hell's wrong, so... Let's hope. Just walk like a normal dude. Just walk normal. What the Why you do this? Well, you can't say he doesn't hustle. We might just need to cut it. I mean, what the hell's going on? Because it's like we're doing this, right? Where we're saying we do modify our player's X and Y based off a mage step 3. And based off a Tashio step 1. But we are flushing those when we fade to black. Okay. Are we updating our player twice? I think we're updating our player twice. Where are we updating our player otherwise? In the scene. Okay. So yeah, now that we're updating the scene, updating our player is redundant. Okay. Okay. So okay. I think the move is now okay, well, this is good. We've got it working. We were updating our player twice, which was giving us double speed. So now that we're updating our scene, we don't need to update the player again in the opening cinematic. So now let's try to get the text overlay looking decent for here. Now we're still in the opening cinematic, so we don't have to bog down our play state with this text here. So I'm just gonna let's just start building this out. So we should have this text here, and we're gonna say WASD to move. We need to set this based off like an initial value here. Okay, and then okay, I think I want to manually set the black opacity to 255 here, so that we instantly go into the castle. Let's see if that works. No, it does not. If we set a fade to black here, let's see if it triggers. Come on. Okay. Oh, come on, man. What are you doing? Fade to black. Our player Y needs to be greater than the virtual height for fade to black to be true, or not castle view to be true. This is so jacked up. We gotta fix this, man. Okay. we're gonna take out Tashio step 2. You know, I don't want to. Let's just redo it, man. Let's just redo it. We gotta redo it. I don't like all this step nonsense. So we're gonna say step gets 1. So we start on the first update, right? So let's get rid of the steps here and instead use the dot step, which is a number. So we're gonna say if the step is 1, we're gonna update our mage, go to the right, do all this stuff. If our mage gets to be greater than that length, we're gonna increment our step. Okay, if the mage waits, we're gonna increment our step. And then so jacked up. Why do we need any of that? What used to be there? This is for a secondary fade to black. We shouldn't worry about this just yet. Okay. Okay, let's see if it updates like normal. Yes, other than... Let's try this. Fade to black is false here. Okay, it should update like normal. Nope. Yeah, we're not casting. God damn it. See how we're doing this if mage step 3. Shit. Okay. Yeah, we just have to define our steps better because this is just so jacked up. Okay, so step 1 is mage walks to the right. Then we need else if step is equal to 2. Then we start a Tashio wait timer. We start the particle system. If step is 3, do all this stuff. We shouldn't need to do this. We should just... Yeah, we shouldn't need to do that shit anymore. Okay, now if Tashio step 1, which is what? This is when we move our Y. This is when we float upwards. So is this in step 2? I've never seen that bug before in Lua where it says malformed like that. Okay, we're not triggering our Tashio, which should be a step 2. So Tashio. Why did we do it like this? Okay, so we have a wait timer, Tashio step 1. Oy, oy, oy. It's because we wanted to decouple the steps a bit. So where is Tashio step 1 even doing anything? I don't even see where it's doing anything. Because we changed it to step 2. So where do we lift up? We increment our timer. Tashio step 1. Where do we lift up our Tashio? Right here, minus... I want to slap whoever programmed this, dude. We got the particle system. We got the movement. We don't have the Tashio. Uh-oh. 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 We're still being pulled by Mage. We really don't lift ourselves up anymore? We don't see the particle system too either. Yeah, we don't lift ourselves up. Okay. Okay, if stealth step 2, we're gonna do our particle system. Yo, why isn't this showing up? We're on a step 2, are we not? Oh, not step 2. God damn it. It's step equals 2. Okay, come on, particles, come on. Okay, nice. Yes, okay. Ugh, and our particles don't move with us. What's happening? We don't move. We move our particles. We need to move our particles also in a step 3. Let's go. This should be it. Nice. Okay, we got our particles. we got some fucked up shit going on. Okay, so now that we've got it based on our steps, let's advance our step once we fade to a black, right? So we fade to a black right here. So this is the first fade to black. Once we trigger it to be true, then we do this black opacity adjustment right here. Now if we're fade to black, we're going to increase it. Then where do we do this black opacity to tell whether or not we have right here? Oh. Okay, so here, what is this in a step 3? Okay, so in their step 3, our mage is walking off. We trigger a fade to black, and then that'll increase our black opacity. Once it becomes 255, we need to advance our step here and change to castle view. That should stop us from getting all jacked up by mage's location. Okay, so that should be a smoother. We're gonna do it. Now the thing is too that's tricky about this is if we wanted to just start the cinematic where we're in bed already, see, like, that's nice. That works. Cool. If we wanted to just go here from the cinematic just for speed of development purposes, we can't really just say step 4 is true because our player's position isn't necessarily set. I guess it is actually set. We might be able to get away with that. Let's try it. Let's try it. We'll say step 3 is true, which will give us actually dot step will be equal to 3, and that might be the fade to black. Let's see. Okay, maybe a step 4. No, we don't fade to black. When do we freaking fade to black? We only fade to black if our player goes off screen. So we would have to change our player to be off screen. Then we would fade to black. Okay, so does that mean let's see if this works. We put us off screen so we trigger the fade to black and then we don't come back. Ay ay ay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. WASD to move. We want to render this on... Fuck, dude. We want to render this beneath our player, but I think our player's stuck in the scene, and this is... Actually, maybe we can get away with this. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna put this before we render... Oh, see. Before... After we render our scene, but before we render our player. So we render our scene, we're gonna do this, and then we render our player, which is where? See, and the thing is our player's in our scene, so we can't change the render order of this. Oh man. Yeah, our player's in our scene. We could... I want to say we can just use the same player render that's in our scene and just do it in our cinematic as well. And then just render... It'll basically be like a Tashio sandwich, like render Tashio, render the whole scene, render the text, and then we render Tashio on top of Tashio with the text in the middle. So we render over it. We'd be rendering Tashio twice, but we would at least get the render order benefits. So weird. Let's go to our play state, our player. This is jacked up, man. Jacked up, jacked up. Okay, player walk state. We're gonna draw our player. Right here. Let's try this in the opening cinematic after we already render and after we render the text. So we'll try it right here where we say we're gonna snag an animation from our global player. And render them right there where the player is. Okay, let's see. Did not work. Didn't work. This is in the update. Okay, so we're gonna render our player. We're going to render our scene, then we're going to render our graphics, or our text, and then we're going to render our player again. Let's see. This did work. This did work. Oh, it doesn't work for the top level tiles because that is outside our scene. Mother flipper. Oi, 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 oi. Okay. Tashio sandwich idea was a failure. So we do just have to add it to our scene logic, which I really don't like. Like, I really don't like that idea. But we need the render order. And it's kind of locked. Yeah, our Tashio, we really should pull out our Tashio. Oh, man. We can't pull our Tashio out of our scene to give us better control over the render layer unless we also pull out the top level tiles. So it would be kind of like render all that's in the scene as itself. And the scene is just everything that's not Tashio and not top level tiles. Then we render our Tashio outside of the scene. See, and the other thing that screws this up is when we walk off screen to do a scene transition. You know, we need our top level tiles to be drawn at the X offset. Can't think of a way to fix this. We could leave it above the character. We really could. I just don't think that looks very nice. don't like the idea of adding it to the play state, but we might have to do it. Might be the, or to the scene. I don't like it at all, but it at least it would get the thing done with minimal breakage. So I think we'll do that. I think we will. Let's get rid of our Tashio sandwich, and then we will just add this over to. Damn, dude. Okay. So yeah, we'll do this different. Get rid of our Tashio sandwich. And then we'll move this text into the scene before we render our player. So, man, I really hate that. Okay, so where we render our player right here. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna say if our scenes.tutorial text is true, then we're gonna have these, and then we're gonna change, we're gonna say this gets initialized as false. And then we're gonna go to our steps in our cinematic, and we're gonna just say, instead of whenever we fade to black, which is a 255. Fuck. Yeah, right here, we're gonna change our scenes tutorial text. To be true. Now we have to toggle this off so it doesn't just get replaced on the next screen also. But let's see if we get the render order here. Nice, we got the right render order, but watch this. Yeah. Okay, well, what we could do, and this is only half of the fix, is when we render the text, yeah, we need to do this also considering the translation. Yeah, we need to do this outside of the pop and do it before the pop. Yep, that's what I was expecting. Yep. So it scrolls off, but then it just reloads. So we need a way to trigger, I mean, I don't like the idea of doing it in the finish shifting, but we might just have to do that. Like, I think it's stupid. This is why I didn't want to have it tethered to the scene at all. I really don't like that idea, but we need it for the render order, which really sucks. Yeah, if I were to do this differently, I'd probably have the scene its own thing, Tashio's on top, and then top level tiles also on top of that. Then we can render things on top of the scene but beneath Tashio, and still have all that stuff. So let's do Let's go to a finish shifting. And we'll just turn off the scene views tutorial text, which I really don't like. That is so bad. But we have to have a way to trigger this. We actually could do a, let's try it differently. Let's try to do the event listener for it. And we can just trigger it with an event listener. So let's try the, what is it? Trigger, event on, event dispatch, and event on. So where do we do this dispatch? Okay, let's try to do this. Okay, we'll do an event on and an event dispatch. Let's give this a shot. So when we're fading to black here and we set a tutorial text to true, whatever step we're in, which is what, step 4? Yeah, instead of incrementing, we probably want to just manually assign it just for readability purpose. Okay, so we do increment the step here. So whatever the next step is, let's do this. Step +1. We'll go to the first instance and we'll say, okay, well, this is just step 2 now, just for readability. Next one is step 3. Okay, so we're on step 4. So we don't have if step 4. Okay, let's do an else if step 4 here. Okay, then we're gonna listen for, we can we do this based on the finish shifting? We can say if we finish shifting in a step 4, then let's turn off the text. Can we do that? Because we have this event on finish shifting that we know we have access to from the cinematic. We know we've got that because we're doing it. So can we do something like event on a finish transition, finish shifting? We'd have to declare it like a step 4. Okay, let's do our event on. Oh, it's a method. Okay. Well, where do we do this right transition? How do we do it? We say event dispatch and event on. Okay. So event on is just the code you want to do. Event dispatch is when to do it. So we could say event on a But this still has to be within the scene. God, this is so bad. It still has to be within the scene, so we can say dispatch remove text, remove tutorial text, and just try it upon something. Upon our player getting bigger than the trigger, right? So let's just say this. If the global player's X is greater than, let's just test it, right? Greater than 4 tiles, then we're gonna event dispatch a name of turn off tutorial text. So we dispatch it. Now we need an event on with the same method, and we can do that wherever. Okay, and then when we dispatch this, all we do is go to the scene view tutorial text and make it equal to false. So this way we aren't doing it upon every finishing transition, we just do it upon this dispatch, and this dispatch is queued based on a player's X position. Player 6. Let's see. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god. Okay, so we can, we'd want to do it once we trigger this. How can we dispatch it upon finishing shifting without doing it every time we finish shifting? Or we can do it we can dispatch it based on the current map's X position, right? Does our current maps... Let's look at when we do a begin shifting, what we actually do to the map's location. I think it's just on an offset. When we do a begin transition or begin shifting, we have this begin shifting X part of our scene, and we have an adjacent offset X. So we're done shifting when our camera's X is equal to the shift X we gave it. Oh my god. Okay, so if our scene's camera X is equal to whatever shift X of a right position is, a right transition is. But the thing is, this scene, oh my god. Where is our camera X? Is that part of our scene here? It is. Okay. So our scene's camera X. Okay. So we can trigger this. We can do an event trigger or an event dispatch when our scene's camera X is equal to the value at which it knows when to stop shifting, which would be whatever we do when when we initiate, because it's like we know we're done shifting. Right here. We finish shifting when our camera's X is equal to the shift X. So whatever the shift X we give to our begin transition, that's the value we need to check our camera X to be in our event dispatch in our cinematic state. So upon a begin shifting to the right, upon a begin shifting to the right, okay, so yeah, right transition, it's literally just virtual width for our X. Okay, for our camera X. I wouldn't have guessed that, and I don't know that that's right. But it's my best guess, so let's do this upon a dispatch. Right here, when we do this dispatch, we're gonna check if the scene view dot X dot camera X is equal to a virtual width. Then we want to dispatch turning off the tutorial text. No. Okay. Do we have access to this camera X variable? It really is a positive virtual X. It really is. So this should be right. It might not be exactly equal. So maybe we can just do if it's greater than 20 pixels of the virtual width. So let's just say if it is greater than virtual width minus 20, then let's go ahead and turn off that tutorial text and we'll see if that's working. Okay. That worked. And then it remains off, which is kind of what I want. I don't really want it more than the first time the player's playing. Yeah. And we won't have the text go off page there, so it shouldn't abruptly disappear like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now let's try to get the text looking right. And then we'll see what else we can do. Okay, so if we load this, yeah, WASD to move, spacebar. There's just so little real estate. Okay. I think I want to do this. Spacebar is A like this. It's just can actually fit on the page. Okay. So let's do this where we modify by a ×2 and a ×4 to have alternating spaces. Okay, WASD to move. Spacebar is A, Shift is B. Tab is Start, which right now does some crazy shit. Let's fix that right now so I don't accidentally do that. Action Start. Yeah, let's just turn this off for now. Yeah, we want to limit our inventory system in here, which we are in the cinematic, so that's good. Okay, Shift is B, so Tab is Start. Nice, okay. Yep, and then we'll need select. Escape will probably be select, right? I do think I want like a minimap on select. And there's no way to quit the screen from the inventory page. So maybe we do escape is select. For right now, no, we will do select. Yeah, we will not figure out the minimap in the next 27 days here. But we can have select pull up a quit game menu, and then you can select quit game. Or select just escapes the game for the demo purposes. So escape is still select, but no, I think it should. I don't think, I don't like it quitting the game without telling people, so it should just bring up a menu that says quit game or continue. Yeah, we'll have to do that, but holy crap, yeah, we got a lot of shit to do still. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can scoot over maybe like one more pixel. Yeah. See, I like this. Like, I think, you know, for the cinematic purposes, this text won't fade in right away. It'll be, yeah, it won't fade in right away. We'll wait until we trigger the tossing and turning, and then Tashio wakes up. And then once he wakes up, and the controls are given to the player, that's when we're gonna say these controls on screen. And then let's just test to make sure. You know, and should start do anything. Because I feel like if people see, oh, tab is start, and then they hit tab and nothing happens, it's a little weird. And same with B, but I mean, yeah, I guess same with shift and same with A, nothing does anything. Uh-oh. We don't have our interaction here anymore. The fuck? Are we not updating our scene? Shit. Let's try to turn this off for now. Let's make sure we're updating our scene. Ever since we got this back in the opening cinematic, we're not updating our dialogue boxes. Shoot. Okay, if we still want... Yeah, shit. We might have to go... Well, let's see where our player to dialogue boxes are. We don't have it. Dialogue box collision, maybe? Nope. Okay, where are we doing this? We gotta find where we're doing the dialogue box update, which we have a dialogue collides method. And it's in the play state, which makes sense why we're not seeing it. Yeah, we need to do this. Let's make sure. Touches. Okay, we'll start at the first one and work our way down. First one happens to be touches, which we still need a rehaul. I spent like 4 hours the other day trying to fix this. Off stream, couldn't figure it out. Because we're using the new baton input library, and I was wanting an easy way to trigger the baton library using touches, but there isn't support for that. Like, we'd have to roll our own was touched and is down, which we are doing already, but there's no way to tell baton directly how to dispatch an input is down based on a variable. So I have to do some more testing with that and kind of hopefully figure it out. But let's add this to the opening cinematic, and we'll go one by one. This is in the update, and it needs to be okay. We'll try it here. We'll clean it up once we've got it, but let's do this. Anytime we dialogue collide, we need to make sure we've got it. We should have pulled that one, and then 3, yeah, we need this. Yeah, and this. Okay. Okay. If for and yeah. What the hell just happened to me? All right, we just got some wrong. We don't have this. There's 3 ends. God damn. Okay. So we've got this working in the play state. The dialog boxes work in the play state, but they need to work in the opening cinematic when we load it. And come over here. Fuck. We need to update them. So we've got the dialog boxes, we just need to update the dialog boxes. It's a bummer we've got to do this in multiple spaces, but I do want to decouple the scene from the opening cinematic for a couple different reasons. Mainly because we have to script... Actually... You know what? Yeah, we might... Oh, shoot. We might get away with... You know what? I think we don't have to do this because the only reason we were gonna change our opening cinematic to work like the play state was because we couldn't change to the play state because we didn't want to bog down the scene with all of the stupid text for the tutorial, which we had to do anyways. So I think we can get away with switching back to going back to the play state once we're done with the tossing and turning and everything. So I don't think we have to do this nasty and duplicate all this stuff. It just means we'll have to make a new cinematic once we trigger the mage logic a little bit further down the line. So let us do this, and we'll go back to changing to play state. Yeah, so I think what we want to do is when we're in a step 5, is it? Step 4? Right here, we're going to go to our global state machine and we're going to change back to a play state here. It's camel case. Okay. Okay, we need a dispatch. Okay, this does work. We do need to dispatch the turn off tutorial text. Either that or... I think we do turn it off. Because this just tells you, okay, well, spacebar is A, so A is probably important. And shift is B. Then when you're here, god damn it. Yo, dispatch your freaking turn off text, dude. Ah, this is because, damn it. Shit. This is because we're not updating this anymore. We have to do a dispatch in the scene update, not the cinematic anymore. So we've just got to change that around. So let's do this. Once we're in a play state, man, I really hate that. I really don't like that. So maybe we only do this. Okay, so hear me out. Maybe we do this. We leave this here if we're in a step 4. Step 4 is when you're reading the tutorial. Once you walk out and your camera X is shifting, we dispatch the turn off tutorial text and we increment our step to 5. And when our step is 5 here, oh my god, what just happened? When our step is 5, that's when we change to play state. Okay, that's working. Okay, so we're technically in the opening cinematic state for the controls, but when we walk back, it should be off still, yeah. And then... Oopsie. Okay, yeah, oh, we have to change our select button too. We gotta do a dispatch for that. Help. this is what I'm looking for. WASD keys are directional buttons. Spacebar is the A button. Shift is the B button. Tab is start. We'll put escape is select. In my games, I always try to have H as like a little help dialogue, but that's not really the select button. Select button's gonna pull up a little map. I'm kind of curious. I just want to test something. You know, if our minimap is going to pull up our master sheet here. And it's not our master sheet. Actually, yeah, we don't even export. Let me try something here. If we go here and we export this as a PNG, which we have not done, can't even do it. Can we export this as a PNG? Export as image. PNG master tiled. Visible layers. Let's try this. I just want to see. Yeah, I want to test something. If we export this as a master sheet, as a PNG, I want to see what happens if we take this tiled master sheet, which is, it's not the master sheet, it's actually the master tiled right here. Yes, so let's open this in Asprite. Yes. Okay, so the idea is I want to see if we can take the entire overworld here and distill it into one screen of Game Boy text for the minimap, right? So if the minimap is what, 160 by 144? And we try to distill the whole overworld into that screen. Oh, see, look how cool that looks. Yes. Yeah, because imagine... Yeah, imagine once the world is all built out, with the real artwork, that this becomes the little mini map, and we can show, you know, we would know what scene and row you're on because of the scene, and we can highlight a little box at the exact square of your overworld here. That looks really cool. So select can bring this up. It isn't the same aspect ratio, which can screw things up. Yeah, I mean, if we want it to be like a pixel perfect thing, but then the other issue is then we would kind of be forced to use every single tile in the game. I'm not opposed to that. Or we can, no, this is okay. This is okay. I like this aspect ratio for it. And we can just have a little option. Yeah, I'm thinking squinge like a blinking white cursor box on the scene you're at. And potentially, I'm thinking like potentially blurring it out if you haven't been there yet, like how Link's Awakening does it. But also, I kind of like that you'd be able to see the whole map, and you just haven't been there yet. You can be like, what the heck is this thing over here? This ice rink over here, you know? And then you can decide you want to go see if you can find how to get to it. So I think I'd like the idea of you being able to see the whole map. It looks strange because it's all the placeholder pixels right now, but select could pull this up and it could be really cool. What I don't like is that I feel like the HUD is taller than this, so we'd have to shrink it. And also, we don't have a way to automate this. So like as we change the master tile, we'd have to re-export a minimap, which isn't a big deal, but this is cool. Yeah, if we can get the little minimap blinking, that would be really cool. Yeah, so maybe if we hit select and this comes up, select again would toggle it off, and then we can put something down here, right? We can say current location. Nah, I don't really like that. Oh, what we can do, yeah, maybe what we can do is we can assign a location name to the scene, and we can name things like, you know, this is the desert, or here's the tavern, or something like that, so that if you're like, where should I go to get back to the tavern? Was that a little north, or was it more south, or was that the refinery? That you can kind of like cursor over a building and it'll tell you, oh, here is the library, here's Mage Castle, here's the library, here's the tavern, and it'll tell you the current location. This will be cool. I don't think it's all that much work. I mean, famous last words, right? It's not all that much work, but it really shouldn't be bad. The hardest thing is going to be to get the actual pixel height for the cursor selection, and then we'd have to manually kind of declare names for every scene. That's the hard part, is we'd have to declare names for every scene. But we could just say undiscovered for any place you haven't, any screen you haven't been to. I know, Squinch. I know. I can't believe I said that. I mean, I say like, what does it look like if we can get it done today? You know, like, what does it look like if we can get it done in the next hour? You know, is that possible? I think so. If we're crazy. Yeah, if we're really crazy, we can do it. I really want to see it. I really want to see it in action. I think it'd be really cool. I don't think it'd be that hard. No. Yeah, the hard thing is we have to translate in X and a Y of a current scene row and call into coordinates of a cursor that will blink. That's going to be really tough to get exactly right. But as far as hitting select and seeing the minimap, that's easy. Hitting select again, turning it off, that's easy. Naming a scene is very easy. The hard thing is converting a little cursor Yeah, converting our map, our current scene's row and call into cursor locations that can blink. Yeah, but we have the dimensions. If we trim our canvas to get the exact height of pixels, then all we have to do is divide by 10 and 10 because it's a 10 by 10 grid. And then we have the X and Y of every cursor. Then it should, I know I keep saying it should be easy, but I think we can really do it fairly easily. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take a little pee break and then we'll come back and we'll knock it out. It'll be easy. And we'll have a mini map in the game. Something that wasn't even on the list for the demo, but I think it'd be really cool. Yeah, and then maybe we can like, this will be cool because like if in the demo you see that the whole first part of the game has only been like this bottom left quadrant of the game, then it makes you excited for all the other places. So I'm gonna take a quick pee break and then we'll be back and we'll knock out this mini map. Okay. I mean, yeah, I really don't think it'll be that tough. Oh man. Yeah, I've got some faith. I think we try to play it off. We try to play it off like, what if it were easy and that we're gonna get it done in the next hour? And then we just get it done in the next hour. I'm not too worried about it, you know? I do want to see what the resolution is once we squish it down to this Game Boy resolution. We need to see what the canvas size is and make sure it's easily divisible. You know, Squinch, like, I think that is how it works. I think it is. We got this. We've got this. So easy. Watch how easy it's gonna be. Okay. First step is to see what canvas size this shrinks down to. So let's see what this is. Because ideally it's like perfectly divisible by 5s or 10 or something. It's a 160 by 127. Okay. So 160, let me just double check that 160 is the width for our game. .160 by 144, yeah. So 160 needs to be the width, right? So that would be a 16 pixel size, a 1 tile size for every width, for every scene. That's kind of perfect. Now the difference is it can't be, actually no, is it 10 by 8? Oh. So the tiles in our game is 10 by 8 because we have one dedicated to the HUD. So it is a 9 tiles high. So if our game were, or if our global map was 9 tiles high instead of 10, then this could be an easier conversion. Because then it would overlay, well, I don't really care about the HUD, to be honest. And if the width is already going to be 160, the space looked fine to me, so I'd say we just run with this. Okay, so if this is a 160 by 127, we might make it like a 130 just to be a nice round number. Okay. So if this is the resolution we're committing to stretching the minimap to, let's just make sure that looks okay in a full Game Boy resolution size. And it gives us a little bit, it gives us a little bit for text on the bottom here. I think that's perfect. Yeah, I think it's perfect. So if this is the resolution, let's type this down, 160 by 130. So we'll do this as minimap height. Height. So that gives us 14 pixels of height for the text. I think that's okay. Now, should we play it safe and just make sure that that's the case? Probably that that's enough space, because if we start doing all this math and then we have to change it, it's gonna suck. But so let's do this thing where we add in a new state, and it's a minimap state, and it just loads a freaking minimap and puts it on stage, puts it on screen. So let's do that. I've got good feeling about this. We got this. Okay, so we export our minimap. We need to put it in our Tashio repo, and we'll put it We didn't even export it, so let's export it. This is our 160 by 130 minimap, and we'll say export as a save as a PNG, and we'll put it in our repo, and we'll save it as minimap PNG. Okay, so we need to import this and then make a new state or state machine and then trigger it with baton. So it should be fairly straightforward. Let's go to our dependencies here, and we'll require a minimap as an image. And it'll be from graphics / minimap PNG. Okay, so now we have a global minimap drawable, and we need a new class. So we need to basically have a new state. Yeah, is it a new state or yeah, it'd be a new state. So how would we go? Yeah, how would we go back to our play state? We just literally change back to our play state. Okay, this should be straightforward. So let's do minimap.lua, and it's gonna be a class, and it's gonna say inherits minimap gets a class, and it is includes equals base state, and we will have a very simple thing to test here. It'll be a minimap init, and it'll be very simple. We're just going to try to toggle this state, and we're going to just say love.graphics hello minimap. Okay. Now we need to declare this in our dependencies as a state. So we'll go to where we're doing our play state. And we'll require a game minimap. Okay. So now we need to declare it in our global state machine, so that we can change to it, so we know how to update. So we'll do, should be in the main, right here. So we need a minimap key. Okay, so now we should be able to change to a minimap. So let's try if, let's maybe do, for right now, in our play state, you know, escape is what we're using for development purposes to escape really quick. Escape will probably be select. Well, then how would... We would need to be able to escape, let our players escape the game too. So maybe escape. Yeah, we need a way to quit the game, and I'm not sure how to do that just yet. Maybe in the minimap we can say like hold start to quit game, and then if you hold it for 3 seconds it quits. Something, I don't know. but I'm not too worried about that right now. Play state. We need to, I mean, if we just change to our minimap, do we see hello minimap? No. Can't enter a minimap. What you talking about? We must have declared it wrong. Let's go to our minimap and we'll see if we pulled it in right. Game minimap. Class includes Bast state. What the? Okay, base state. Let's try it. Alright, we cannot see our screen. I bet it says hello minimap up there though. Okay, so our play state is setting. Our window, we should probably fix this so we don't have this issue. Where do we do it? It's called lock screen. Right here. So in our knit, we'll at least set the position for our minimap so that we don't get way off screen here. Let's harpoon it and we'll put in our knit the set position. So now if we load our game, we get a minimap. We'll call this local minimap gets, actually minimap is the global, so we can say local image is minimap. We can just draw it globally, man. Let's just do it. Love.graphics.draw minimap global drawable at 0, 0. And then we should see a little old minimap. Booyah! Alright, we got minimap on screen. We need to toggle it right instead of just changing it right off the bat in our main. So let's do that. So we will do... We'll change the play state. We need to change the minimap upon a baton press for select, which I don't think we have even defined. So we have to do that real quick. We need to find where we define our baton and make sure that we have a select. Right now it's H. Okay, so key H. H is our select button for now. I'm fine with that. We'll change it, but for now that's fine. So in our play state, we need to add an input press for a minimap. So if input pressed is select, so if we press H, then we want to actually change our global state machine to minimap. And it's a change method. Okay, change to minimap. If you press select in the play state, cool beans, and then in our minimap, we'll listen for another input press of select to go back to the play state. So here in the minimap, we're gonna say if if select is pressed, then we're going to go back to the play state. So let's see if our minimap is working. Let's hit H. Minimap. H, we get back to our help. Okay. That makes sense. It makes sense. But we want to take this off now. So let's do our toggle help. That's what this is. Let's just turn that off for now. If H is pressed, we won't Yeah, we won't do a toggle help. So we've got a little mini map. Okay, so now the question is that enough space for our text to render in the mini map? Because that's what we want to test before we get too deep into this. So we'll do a love.graphics.clear. And I'll use, I want to use the same color from our inventory, which is this color, which is we need the RGB 171. Oh God. God damn it. 181, 172. Gotta write this down. Okay. 181, 172, 138. That'll be what we clear our screen to. So we'll do 181, 172, 138. Full opacity. Okay, we're drawing a mini map, and then we're gonna do a print, and we're gonna say that, hey, we're in the Valley of Death, and we're gonna print it up at 5 pixels and virtual height minus maybe whatever maybe 10. I don't know. We'll have to tweak that a little bit. But let's see. We're gonna toggle our minimap here. Valley of Death. Oh my gosh, I think it's perfect. Let's do 20. Okay. A little too high. Look at that. Sweet. Okay. So we got a little mini map. The next step is to make sure our grid for our scenes can be equally segmented into 10 by 10. So we have the height, we have the width, and we have the units. So we should be able to have a little blinky cursor to be able to move through and cycle through. Okay, so we wrote this down, and I already forgot it. 160 by 130. Okay, so it's 16 pixels is every width, and then 13 pixels is every height. So that's the size of our little cursor, because that'll fit all of them. So we need the steps, and we need the cursor to be that size of 16 by 13, 16 wide, 13 high, which makes sense that it would be less high than wide because of the HUD. So every scene is a little shorter than it is wide. So that makes perfect sense. So let's do this where we make a new cursor, and it's going to be 16 by 13. Cool. And then we'll make, this is the size of our cursor, which is the size of our scene. So we just make a little cursor thing. Yeah, so if this is our little cursor, then we just need to render this at the correct grid location of our current row and column, and then cycle through with the key presses. So we can do this, save as PNG. This will be called minimap cursor .png in our graphics. So let's import it as a global drawable, and we'll say minimap cursor. Probably be easier to just do this. Okay, minimap cursor is gonna be minimap cursor PNG. Okay, so now we need to render the cursor at the current location. So we need to translate a map current row into the X and Y location, but we also need to translate like a whole array to be locked in at these parameters. That's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Let's go to our minimap, and we're gonna have an X position. Now we can either abstract away the pixels, or we can do simple arithmetic on the pixels based on an input. I'm kind of leaning towards that. Kind of leaning towards just doing that. You know, we need to pass in our minimap and knit. Yeah, actually, we need to pull in. We need to have a current row and column. For our scene. So all we'll do is just say, well, not in the init. We need to pull it. We need to pull it as soon as we change. Let me see. If we do this 0, 0. Current row, current column is 0, 0. Actually, let's just do shit. Yeah, we have to offset it too. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how we would assign the minimap's location. I think we can just access the fields by touching it. So let's say we render our cursor here. And we go draw minimap cursor. And we're gonna draw it at the current row, current column. Okay, so let's see if we get the cursor. We've got a little cursor. Yeah, we need it to blink. It looks about the right size. Yeah, we just need it to blink. So let's get that working real quick. We basically need to swap. We'll set the color for drawing the cursor based on blinking status. And we'll say if we're blink, then we're gonna set our color to fully white. And then if we're not, we transparent. And then either way, we draw the minimap cursor. Then we need to say blink timer gets 0.5 seconds, and over time we deduct delta time from our blink timer, and we're gonna say if the blink timer is smaller than or equal to 0, we're just going to flip a blink and then reset blink timer. So we're going to say blink gets not blink, which is the opposite of blink. And we also reset blink timer to whatever we want it to, which in our case is 5. We're updating our state machine because that's how the state machine's working, and then we set our color to render a minimap based on blink or not. So let's do this where we say, sure, let's blink here, and then we'll set our color to white too, so we make sure we can read what's on there. So we'll do a set color white. Okay, render that. We should see a blinky cursor. Nice, look at our little blinky cursor going on. Okay, easy peasy. Now we need to figure out how to pull a specific current row column to our minimap so that as we change to it, we get the map we're actually at. So yeah, there's a couple ways to do this. We could, yeah, if this is currently whatever the current row call we pass it is literally the pixel dimensions it's drawing at. So we could say I think it'll be easy. I think all we do is when we do a change to minimap, like right here, yeah, when we hit select and play state, we're gonna go to, actually, how do we do this? Yeah, it's gonna finish calling out this state machine. So I think we might be able to go to our current row and assign it to something like 16. Let's just try this. Current column is 13. So this should be one minimap to the right and one minimap down. No, it didn't pass it in like that. So we don't have a way. Do we not have a way to access the minimap state using globals like this? I mean, we could overwrite some global minimap values here. So like, let's say we have a minimap global, minimap row, and minimap column here, and they're global. And we're gonna say that it's gonna get from our scene view the current maps row and column. So let's define this minimap row. See, and I don't like, normally I all caps like constants like this, so I don't think I'd like, since we need to change this depending on the scene, I don't think I'd like naming it like this, but also our enums are kind of all caps, so I don't know. Let's do this where we say minimap row and column is gonna be whatever the starting thing is for the game, which might be 7.4. I don't remember. Okay, so if we pass in a 7.4, that'll be 7 pixels to the right, 4 pixels down, but we want to convert it. So we basically want to say in our update, it's weird because it's a state machine and not a class. It'd be a lot easier if it was a class, because we can't access this outside of here. So I think if we init this 0, 0, okay, so I think Yeah, I think we kind of have to do some weird reassignment here. Like we'd have to do like minimap row call and update them. So we'd say like, no, we'd have to, shit. This is a little tough without it being a class. But basically, if we change the values we want it to load at, we kind of need to like, if we have a function called like update cursor, the tricky thing is we can't really run this. We can run it upon an input press, which we should, but we need to run it like only once right from the get-go to get the value, right? From we need to convert the row and column into coordinates. So we need to say the minimap row, gosh, I think we just want this to be X and Y. Maybe let's call it cursor X and Y. That's a bit better. So we'll say cursor X gets initialized to 0, no biggie, because we haven't initialized a minimap yet. So cursor X, Y, and we'll also do that here. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is our update cursor is gonna update our cursor values to be the value from those globals. And it's gonna say cursor Y is gonna translate whatever the minimap row is times the row gets multiplied by 13 and the column gets multiplied by 10. So we're not changing the constants here. All we're doing is updating the cursor to be results of whatever we define those globals as. So we're gonna run this update cursor in the minimap. I want to figure out a better way how to do this, but it's gonna be like, we can say self : update cursor, and it should update our cursor's X to be whatever that 7.4 was. So let's see if it's blinking on 7.4 here. It's a little mad at something. We need to run this as a function. Okay, so if we hit H, I don't see a blinking minimap anywhere. I don't see a cursor anywhere. We set, yeah, we draw the minimap cursor at the cursor X. We could have screwed this up. The row times 13. Let's try to knock it down. Okay, there's our little cursor minimap. It's blinking, it's in the wrong space. So our row and column, where do we set that? We set it upon right here, 7 and 4. 7 rows down, that should be 13 times 7. Oh, we switched this up. X is the column. This is row. Okay, so if the X is what column we're at, the column needs to be multiplied by 16. The row needs to be multiplied by 13. And that gives us a 7.4 cursor, which should be towards the beginning in our valley, in our village. I don't see it. Okay, this should be close. We should be close. Let's print up what the cursor X is. I mean, we should have... So if X is the column, 13 wide, we're at a 4. 4 times 13 is whatever, 50, whatever. So we should be able to see what X is. Should be 50 something. .304. That is not right. It should be 4 times 13. Why is it 304? Oh, we set cursor X to be whatever the row times 13. Now the row, we did screw this up again. X is multiplied by... Oh yeah, that should be right. Okay, row 7, column 4. So column 4, 4 over times 13 wide. Column 4. Yeah, 4 needs to be, yeah, the height. So 4 times, no, this is swapped. But it's still wrong. Fucking, okay, so if it is 7, 4, right? 7th row, 4 over, then the X needs to be related to the 4. And this is row call. So if it's, yeah, the X needs to be related to the column. Yeah, 16 times 4 should be minimap right here. But instead, X is 304 instead of 4 times 16, which is really weird. And then the Y is determined by the row. So yeah, it's the row times the height of a cursor, which is 13. How are we screwing this up? X is 304. So that means X is 304 for some reason. Where the hell are we doing this minimap column? Are we doing this anywhere else? We pass in the current map column, current map row. Okay, like what if we don't do this? Oh, you know what? Oh my god, it makes sense. It makes sense. Because where we're putting it is off screen. It's in our other world. So if we kept our globals unchanged, it should be blinking right there at 7.4. Okay. That doesn't look right. Oh, we need to offset. We need to offset by 1. Yeah, we need to offset. So yeah, 7.2 is the real start. So let's do this. We need to offset this by a whole size for the 1 indexing. And then we also need to just change our globals to 7.2. Okay, that was driving me crazy. I'm glad that wasn't a big deal. Okay. So yeah, there's 7.2. Okay. So we've got 7.2, blinky, blinky. Yeah, I think we'll probably darken up the map a bit so you can see the cursor a little bit better. But we also... Okay, so now we need to basically run this function upon being spawned, right? So there's no way, I don't know how to... We want to be able to modify the fields of the... Okay, I got an idea. What if we try to do this instead of running update cursor here, let's go to where we changed to minimap. And we're going to dig down into our global state machine dot current dot cursor X. Let's try to assign it here. Let's see if this works. Fuck. Okay. It did something. It didn't do it right. Current cursor X to be the minimap row column. This should... Huh. Why did it go over there? Minimap row 7-2. Let's try 2-2. Should be like one square away from the top left. No, it's like way fucked up. Okay, let's try 1-1. We must have swapped. 1-1 is fine. 2-1, 2 column, row 1 is totally jacked up. Oh my god, we're changing the freaking... That's okay. Cursor Y, minimap row. Okay, that should be it. So now this should be at 2-2. This should be it. Or 1-2. And then if we go to our constants, we can say 2-2. Let's make sure it looks right. Nice. Okay. So now what we do now that we can be in the minimap state, we would pass this over, not the globals, but the actual scene view current row. Since we're starting here, let's fix this now before we get all jacked up. So I'm gonna just yeah, it's okay if we have these declared, but let's declare them as a 1-1, but also let's go to our spawn and just go to a 7-2 again, so that we're actually on the minimap that we're trying to render. So like we might need the minimap won't work in dungeons because the other world is totally jacked up. So we'd have to come up with a different minimap for the dungeon, or you're in a dungeon and you can't use your minimap, or, you know, like it's just different in dungeons because the logic doesn't work, right? Like you pop out of different warp zones, so it's kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. So I don't think we'll do a minimap for dungeons. It doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe we'll do a per dungeon minimap, you know, like Zelda. But we're in the correct scene view, so let's go to where we changed to minimap, and we'll give us the not this value, but we want to give it the current map row and current map call. Okay, so if we do this, we have a cursor X and Y. Then we basically just have to update our cursor X and Y based on the presses to update the location. So our minimap, we switched it. Y should be, current map. Bro. Okay, so this should be where we're at, right? So here we're at 7.2. If we load our minimap, we got them flipped. I think. X is determined based on our column. And our columns are 16 wide. Okay, and then our rows are 13 high. That should be it. There, yeah, we're really at that location on the minimap. So if we walk over here, we're now where that water is. Walk down here, we're now where that is. So that's good. That seems to be working fine. It's pulling the minimap based on the current map's scene row, scene call. That's cool. That's cool. But now we need the ability to kind of scroll through our minimap. So let's go do that, and we'll say minimap has got, instead of this update cursor, we're basically going to listen for inputs and just do simple arithmetic on the inputs, because anytime you exit the minimap, go back in, it's going to load your current position. So let's just load, we'll do in the update, we'll listen for an input press for a left. Is that what it is? Pressed left. And if it's left, then we're going to take our cursor X and we're going to update it to be equal to the current cursor X minus 32. No, I just said that like literally without thinking. Yeah, we subtract 16 because that's the width of our cursor X. Let's see if that works. We have to clamp it too, right? We can't just scroll it off screen, but it did work. We probably need to also reset blink and blink timer. So we'll be no blinking and we'll reset blink timer if that happens. But then we need to set the other ones. You know, we need to clamp this to a 0. So we'll say the bigger of two values, math.max of this and 0. And then we'll do the same for the other directions, and we'll say if right is pressed, then we're going to say we increment our cursor X, reset our blink, that's cool. If our up is pressed, we're going to reset our cursor Y to be higher, so subtract a 16. And if down, then we add the 16. Okay, and let's get our Valley of Death back on. We'll do that next. Okay, let's see. Oh, we need to clamp it, right? We need to clamp it appropriately. So right can't be bigger than the 160. So we'll do the smaller of two values, either this or 160. For up, we need the Y to be clamped to 0, so we will take the bigger of two values, either that or 0, that looks right. Down is going to be the smaller of two values, so we'll do a math.min, and it's either going to be incremented or it's going to be the bottom, which is 130. So now we should have, yeah, and we should keep a row and column so that we can index into the table of strings that say what it is. So look, if we press the button, I'm not seeing the reset on the blink. We need to reset the blink better. Blink is false. Blink timer. Blink. If blink is true, we set it to white. Okay, so let's do. I want. Okay, so like we're not blinking at the first point. So I want to do this the other way around. I want it to be transparent, or if blink, it's going to be transparent, else it's going to be visible. So every time we press something, it should be visible. There we go. So, oh, it looks off just a bit. Yeah, the X and Y are a little off. Huh. This should be linked. Yeah, it's off just a little bit. 16 pixels. 16 and 13. That should be... Oh, yes. Okay, if we're left, we subtract 16, or right 16, but up is 13. Okay. Hopefully this is it. It should lock us into the grid. Shit. Okay. We do need to account for one off screen, right? So we just need to clamp it to 1 less than the 13. So we clamp the X, not at 160, but at 160 minus 16, which would be a 154, 144. See if that clamps the X right. Yeah. Okay, and then we need to clamp the Y at a 13 minus 130, which would be a 19, 20, 17, 37. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're clamped here. Now, I think we should also keep track of the current row and column we're looking at. So that we can pull, instead of Valley of Death, we pull whatever string we say is at whatever location. So we should be able to say, yeah, we should be able to pull in. Once we do this, like we should have a row and column, right? So let's just initialize them to 0. And we will do the conversion here when we do a change to minimap. We'll say, yeah, we're gonna pull the cursor X and Y, but we're also gonna pull into the state machine the current row, and that's just gonna be the straight up row that we pull from our current map. And same thing with the column, and we're gonna say, and our column is gonna be current map column. Okay, and then we're gonna say, we're gonna try to print this up. We're gonna try to print up what the current map row is, because we have to also, upon this press, if this is true, you know, if we do actually move this, we need to, or we can just do a straight up calculation, just convert. Yeah, let's just straight up convert the cursor X and Y into the variables. So we'll take the cursor X and Y, and X would be, you know, we have to do self.row gets, and then self.column gets cursor Y, and if cursor X is 0, that is a row of 1. So we need to be able to say cursor X plus, what do we do? Because yeah, if it's a 0, this needs to be equal to 1. So we need to do, and if it's 2, it needs to be equal, or if it's, yeah, if the cursor X is 32, that would mean, or let's just say 16, because that'll be the second row. Let's take it from column first. columns are 13 pixels wide. So if cursor Y is 13, that would be a column of 2. So we need to subtract, what is it? We need to take the cursor Y and subtract 13. Subtract the width. But we need to subtract however many... Shit, how do we do this? We just divide. We need to divide. Yeah, we need to divide. Cursor Y divided by 13. So if it's 13, yeah, then we need to add 1, I think. Because if it's, let's say we're in column 2, that would be a 26 on the cursor Y. We divide by 13, that gets us 2. Maybe it is just divide. Let's just try dividing, and then we'll see if the values are looking right, and we'll divide by 16 for the row. So let's print up the column row here. Let's just say that this is row, and we'll concatenate with the self.row, and then we'll do more. We'll say concatenate call with toString self.call. One 6. Okay, see, we shouldn't be 0, 0, so we do need to add the 1. So we do need to add the 1 here, and then we should be good to go. Okay, yeah, 10. 10, yep, that's all right. We're locked in. It's all looking right. We're looking at the right. Yeah, everything looks correct on the lining up. So this is really good. Okay. I would like, if we hold it down, it gets tough, because if we hold it down, I kind of want it to like scoot over, but also that's just different. Like if we hold it down, we need to count like how long it's been pressed for, and then increment it. I don't know, it's weird. I don't know if I want to do the hold down. I think it's just a button press, like a D-pad on a Game Boy, right? I guess they have hold down too, though. I'm not too worried about it right now. I do think we should darken up the minimap just a bit so that we can see the cursor a little bit better. Yeah, I think we should darken it up just a bit. So let's do that here in A-Sprite. We'll take our little minimap and what do we just do? A black, little bit opacity, and try to paintbrush with it. I don't know of an easier way to do this. Oh, I know an easy way. We just paint straight up black, and then we reduce the opacity till we like it. Yeah, it shouldn't be that. It should still be fairly bright, so maybe only like this much. But then we can see the cursor a little easier, so let's try that. We'll do a save as minimap PNG in our Tashio graphics. Minimap PNG, let's do that. Let's replace it. Sure. Okay. Yeah, that does look better. A little more readable. Okay, sweet. So now the next step is to... We basically need a table of strings that can pull... we need to be able to say what's at the location that we're currently at. So we need to be given a list of strings, and then we can kind of just say 610 equals something. So we need a 2D array, and then I don't know what the move is. Do we just declare it manually and just put it in? Because, like, I mean, ideally what we do is we say Valley of Death or whatever, and we give it a scene row and call, and we say like 2-2 Valley of Death, and it inserts that into a string that we can like pull out, ideally, right? So I guess we would need, what would that mean? We would need to be able to say, you know, we would cycle through, we would need a 2D array of 1010, right? So we would need, if we say we have a self.names and it's a table, and then we cycle through the table for I gets 1, 10 for 10 things. We table dot insert. We want to insert into our self.names, and the value is another table, because we need to be able to have a 2D array here. So that'll give us 10 things, and then we need to cycle through those 10 things and insert into the names at the index of I another table. That should give us a 2D array of 100. So then we need to write this little function, or let me think. No, I mean, we can do, I don't know, we can, like, for anything we have, like, I think we can say something like self.names at index 7.2. Since we know 7.2 is our starting zone, let's just say that our, and we need a field. It's not, we need to insert an empty table. Okay, and then we need to cycle, because we need an actual string name. So we need to be able to say, let's go access the name in there. So I guess we can say table dot insert. Well, we're not inserting a table, we're trying to insert a value. So maybe, you know, it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be a dot name. It could be just the value that's inside there. So we can just say, let's say test location. So if we put test location into our names table at 7.2, then let's say whatever we print here is not our row, but what we print here is a name of something, and we put it, we go to our self.names table, and we go to the index of our row and our column. And that's what we're going to be printing up, the string value in there. So let's see if that works. Should only pull it. It'll probably be nil. It'll either crash or it'd be nil. Yeah, so it says it's nil. Oh, we got a table up here though. Oh, we didn't. What the heck? Got a table. Okay, so we need to do, what are we doing wrong? So there's a 10 insert names. Then for every name, we go into that table and give it another table. I think we need to give it, no, I don't know what we do. 10, names. Yeah. Every names needs 10. Yeah, because if this is the rows, right, we insert 10 rows of names. Then for every row, we insert 10 columns of names. Yeah. So if we were to say 1 right here is test location. Test location does pop up. But why do we get nil for every other thing? Insert into the names the dot thing. We might have to cycle through and give like undefined first. Let's say yeah, I think we do need to insert a string field and initialize it to an empty string. I think maybe that's the first step. So let's do this now that we have the 2D array, right? I mean, names. I guess, okay, maybe what we can do is we can say cycle through the table. Of our names and insert into that value. We can say that the value table.insert into the list, which is going to be the value, the V. We want to put in an empty table. Does that give us non-nil table stuff? No. So we get a table located at names 1, but nothing else. So we insert into the names table an empty table 10 times. So names 1, 2, 3. So that's actually columns. I guess it depends how you think about it. Okay, why am I not doing this? While we're in here, oh, it need to be nested. Yeah, so as we have every name in there, we need to also table.insert into our names at the location of I another empty table, because we should get a table for every value. We should not be getting this nil. Okay, we do have the tables now. So now we just need to assign them with like we could say we insert a table in there, and then we go into the names at I, K. Should be IJ, right? IJ, we give it a string field or a dot name. Let's call it location name. And we're going to assign it squinch. Okay. Then we're not doing this. Test location shouldn't be showing up now because we're going to print up the actual location name. We got squinch in all of them. Oh, 0 is nil. 1 is nil for some reason. One is nil. We start at I1, J1, so row I1 location name. It might be because we set row to be 0 and column. No, we do it. I don't know why 1 is nil. Why would 1 be nil? The location name. Oh, because we assign it right here. Okay, we take that out. Should be squinch. Nice. Nice. Okay. So we got squinch. Okay. So I guess the thing is, we just put we can put undiscovered here. It'll start as undiscovered. And basically, anytime we scene transition into a scene, we'll just take the scene name of whatever it is, which we'll have to define somewhere. I mean, I guess this is the place to do it, right? We could go... Because I'm trying to think of how to define this, right? Like, we've got this 2D array where we can say which each one is called, but in order to you know, to determine which one gets where, we have to, as we get to a new location or as we walk into a scene, we need to pull. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't. Okay, yeah, this is the tough part to kind of figure out how to trigger once it's discovered, but let's just leave them mostly undiscovered for now, and we'll just define the ones that we know we're at. So like 7.2 location name is gonna be village or whatever, and then 7.4 is gonna be Mage's Castle, right? And let's just see if that works. It's not working. We need to do location name. We are doing it. Self.names, location name, 7274. Why is it? Oh, Mage's Castle. Do we swap this? Yeah, we swap these. No, that's not right. Well, it got the village, and it got Mage's... Oh no, Mage's Castle should be... It got the village. What the... Oh, we just did it. Okay. So, the names at the column and the row, column and row, that's backwards. Because the column... Yeah, column... We did switch these. We just need to switch how we calculate the column and row, and then I think we're okay. So if we switch this, then we can switch this back. Because I'm already doing row and column, so I just don't want to get myself twisted. So we'll do this, and then I'll actually define mage as 8.2 instead of... Or it should be 9.2. Cool. Let's get rid of the name. I mean, I want the name on there. But yeah, we convert it. It's actually already a string, so we should be okay. Nice. So I guess the big question is like, well, one, we kind of need, you know, I would like the touch and hold, but also I'm not too worried about it. It is kind of annoying to tap it so many times. Ideally what we need is a global table. Yeah, I think we need like a global table that can pull all of this stuff. And basically, yeah, like we need a table defined as like what the location names are. And then as we scene transition into a scene, we populate our minimap's names field with that real name value so that it can be undiscovered until you find it, and then it'll tell you like, oh, that was the village you were at, or that was the refinery. So like it can say, you know, it'll just like list the things that are there. So it's like, this is looking sweet. I really like this. So yeah, we could say, you know, these are all ice mountain, this is all lava, this is forest. We can define all those. Yeah, so I mean, why don't we, yeah, I mean, let's just populate a couple of them just for test. So like ice mountain is gonna be here. So it's gonna be what, a row of 1 through 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 through 4, and then it's gonna be 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 through 6, 1 through 4 is ice mountain. So we can say all of these names. Now, which one's row? This one's row. I is row. J is column. Dot location name. All of these ones are going to get Ice Mountain. So we can kind of bulk rename a couple of them like this. Ice Mountain is all these ones now. That's good. And then yeah, we can do the volcano area here. It's going to be the same loop, but for 3, 4, 5, 6, so 7 through 10. Nice. Okay, and then we can do the desert down here. Dusty desert down by what? This would be a row of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 to 10. So let's do that. 7 to 10. Nice. Cool. And then we need forest basically for everything else. I think what we'll do, we'll probably just say forest is the default one, and then we'll just manually put these last 6 or whatever, and then basically everything will have a placeholder. So let's just say What's a good name for the forest? Like, freaky forest. Okay, so let's figure out which ones we want to overwrite as not forest here, because basically everything's part of the forest, other than the ice mountain, Kazan, forest, dusty desert. Okay, so yeah, we need all of these. So let's go, yeah, let's go one to the right. It would be like, you know, we don't have to get super smart with all of them. We're gonna put the inn down there, one beneath it. Trail, the inn. We can have these parts be called I don't know. Let's do Rickety Bridge right above Mage's Castle. Yeah, let's do next to the village here on 7-1. This will be the Dark Temple. Okay, and then we just need a name for these places. I mean, just as a stand-in. So maybe we do, I don't know, I want this to be like the end game bonus optional part. So maybe we can call it try hard area. I want it to be like expert mode. What can we do? Just want some placeholder name like test of strength or something. Let's do that. Test of strength here for right below the inn. Just as placeholder values, so it's not just all undiscovered. Because for the demo, we probably will only have it. We'll probably just have it say something like this. You know, we'll do like a mock-up of like what the map is gonna look like and export it as this mini map. You won't be able to get all the way to the desert just yet. But we've got Dark Temple, the village, the rickety bridge, Mage's Castle. We've got a trail. I don't like trail. Forgotten Forest. This should be called Gecko's Dungeon. We could call this Gecko Highway and Gecko's Dungeon or something. Actually, the geckos aren't in that dungeon anymore, so we'll just call it Dungeon. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah, we need to get the ice off of there because the ice really sticks out. That was just a test anyway, but this is pretty sweet. I think this is really awesome. I would like the tap and hold for the scrolling here. I think that would be nice. To tap and hold. So maybe I'll figure that out later. So it's a little nicer, but it is cool to have a little mini map now, because then wherever we're at, it loads what we're at. So Gecko Road is right here, you know. If we're here, we load up the mini map. Oh, why is that there? We're at Dungeon. If we're over here, we're at Forgotten Forest, which is not technically right, but it's loading it as we move. It's loading the right location. Okay, so let's get rid of our walk state debugging here. Where are we doing this? Play state? What are we rendering? Walk speed. So let's just see where we do walk speed. Right here. I'll just get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so I want to test our cinematic. We load here. We can get rid of this camera X. It tells us some controls here. We walk over. We got better collision for this now, which is nice. That looks so much better. We can't make it look all nasty like we used to have. So that's good. Yeah, we need to get rid of this camera X. And then we've got the library, right? We still need to finish the opening cinematic for Mage to come in and teach us, or kick us out rather. And we also have a talkable library back here that gives us some more info about the game and the magic system, which is nice. Cool. And then, yeah, we've got all this stuff. This is looking good. We need to add a warp zone here. We need to add a trigger for Monas to come out and do a scripted event, which you can see Mage chilling right there. Okay, yeah, it was pretty good. Let's get rid of that camera X in our opening cinematic, and then I think I'm gonna call it. And we'll turn off, we'll do step 1 for the cinematic so that we can play it nice, but like the text goes off there. So I like that it only shows you the very first time you're there. We'll have to add a little bit more decoration. Like I want a little desk and a chair there, I think. But most of it needs to be open because it's all real estate for text. So let's want to do? Change the step, right? So step is actually 1, and we don't change the player. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, so here's our cinematic. Mage comes, rescues us. We fade to black. And then we need to start scripting before we change to a play state here. We need to script some tossing and turning in the bed here. We still need to add the collision detection for the bed here, which is going to suck. This is good though. Cool. Cool. So I like that it's like you don't have to read all this junk. It's just that I don't know. I feel like it's, you know, as far as tutorials go, I want to give the players what they need from the get-go, and then they can always come back to revisit it. But once you're past this, you don't have to think about all that stuff. So like there's a lot of weird stuff in the game, like the magic system and the loot stuff, and I think we just need to explain that to the players. So I think it's pretty necessary that we kind of explain how to play some of this stuff. And then let's make sure our tiled isn't drawing that old tome on the scene. Where were we? Right here. Yeah, why is this tome right here? Why did this happen? Okay. Anyway. Cool. And then we got the new minimap system. I think that's super sweet. I'm glad it wasn't that bad to implement. So let's do a commit here. Should we check a get diff? I mean, we changed a bunch of stuff. I think I'm just gonna commit and we'll call it, I don't know, this was a big day. Almost 6-hour stream. Let's do, added tutorial library in Mage's Castle and minimap. So yeah, we added the minimap cursor, the minimap itself, the minimap class, the state actually, and a rewrite of the master sheet. Probably also the master tiled too. I don't think we saved the master tiled, so that was maybe my bad. But we'll push it, we'll call it a night, we'll find someone to raid here. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Let us run credits and then we will find someone to raid. We got Adagon Dev. He's programming, or no, he's playing games, not programming. We got Hypnotic. Yo, thanks, Squinch. Yeah, we got a bunch knocked out today. Yeah, dude. Well, I'm feeling the crunch, man. Feeling the crunch. There's so much, when I really think about it, like there's so much stuff left to do for the demo, so like we really gotta freaking get going. Once the cinematic is done, which I'm hoping is tomorrow, I've said that the past 3 days, but once the opening cinematic is done, we'll probably jump into dungeon design or more overworld development so that we have a better idea of what the starting levels look like, because that's like the next most important thing. And then once the dungeon's ready, I also need to do some planning for the You know, when do we get Flama element? When do we get the green tunic? When do we get the tome? And then, you know, we still have to implement the actual loot minigame. We have like a prototype going, but we need to get the real thing working and resetting and playing nice. And then, yeah, it's a lot. We got a lot left. So hoping we can finish it. Yo, we'll read out to Kuju here. He's programming in a language I want to move to for my next game. But it's not out yet, so I like to watch him and kind of see what he's up to in that new language. So we'll just rate him, say what's up, and then I'll call it a night. Thanks for watching, everybody. Peace out.